I believe we are live now.
Okay, welcome to the council meeting of May 24th. Will the clerk please call the meeting to order?
Vice Mayor Burt,
Here.
Councilmember Cormack,
Here.
Mayor Du Bois,
Here.
Councilmember Filsa,
Here.
Councilmember Koo,
Here.
Councilmember Stone,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
7 present.
Great. The first item on the agenda is agenda changes and deletions, additions. I don't believe we have any tonight. Is that correct, City Manager?
Yes, no changes from staff. Thank you.
Great.
Oh,
Right.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. If I could note, we did have an at places memo issued for number 7. It's provided some additional information on recent actions related or reports related to recycling.
Great. Okay, thank you. Let's move on to the oral communications, which is a time for members of the public to comment on things that are not on tonight's agenda.
Any members that wish to speak to any item not on the agenda, please raise your hand at this time. We will allow 2 minutes. At this time, we have Becky Sanders, to be followed by Rebecca Ward and then Winter Dellenbach. Becky, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Unmute. Here we go. All
There
right.
you go.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. This is Becky Saunders here reporting in from Ventura. A friendly reminder to ask a claim or tell a claim rather that R1 housing is not for sale in Palo Alto, non-negotiable throughout the city, as opposed to saying, say, being negotiable in Ventura. I get it. We're closest to El Camino, and I do support housing being built up and down along that corridor, costing some community shopping. We're happy. However, relaxing height limits and allowing R1 grab-offs in one neighborhood while protecting other neighborhoods may be business as usual in New York or San Francisco, but it's not the Palo Alto way. Please send a clear signal to all developers that Palo Alto can meet its housing needs by utilizing the zoning tools we have at locations where it will count the most, like over there in the research park, at underutilized commercial buildings, and say in the Fry site. This piecemeal, a few units here and there approach isn't going to cut the mustard as far as future RENA goals go. And what we need to build is 100% BMR by actively engaging in the process and zoning for it. So let's all sharpen our pencils and see how the developers that are going forward with 100% housing, like over there on West Bay Shore, with no giveaways, how are those guys doing the math? They are making it work, so can we. Please protect Ventura. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. Our next speaker is Rebecca Ward, to be followed by Winter Dellenbach, and we will take hands for another 2 minutes. Rebecca, go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'll be quick. Obviously, I'm here to speak on jet traffic, and I'm asking again that you add an agenda item to an upcoming council meeting to discuss this. The last time you had an agenda item on it was 2 years ago, when you chose not to litigate against the Federal Aviation Administration as it related to the pirate arrival route. And I think many of you are still here, and you probably remember that after your 2 hours of closed session debate, the then mayor wrote a letter to the chair of the SCSC roundtable explaining that after your 2 hours of closed session debate, one of the most compelling factors that influenced your decision not to sue was the nascency and potential of the SCSC roundtable. And as I've mentioned to you, that has now been suspended. And quite frankly, it's not even the SCSC roundtable anymore, since Santa Cruz doesn't even participate in it. And really, there's just a handful of Santa Clara County communities that participate on it. And it's not supported by any airport, unlike the SFO roundtable. But I do think you owe the public an account of what your strategy is, since that one didn't work and the jet concentration is in fact coming back quite strongly. And as I've mentioned, things like GBAS are being rolled out by the airport and will severely and negatively impact us. So you owe the public an explanation about what your strategy is. And quite frankly, according to the budget for the SCSC roundtable, you dumped $19,000 a year into that and we got nothing out of it. You asked them and the chairperson to actually tell you how the FAA wasn't going to send more traffic with the pirate route over the community, but you knew it was going to because your consultant told you it was, which is why you had a legitimate case to sue. And that $19,000 would have gone a long way towards doing that versus wasting it on something that didn't come to fruition. So please add an agenda item so that we can understand what your go forward strategy is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rebecca. We will no longer be taking speaker hands. Our next speaker is Winter Dellenbach, to be followed by Jeremy Ehrman, and then our final speaker, Rebecca Eisenberg. Winter, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
The Matadero Creek spill, toxic spill was given an inadequate update issued Friday night that was long on vagueness and needlessly short on specifics. It mentioned a Friday stakeholder meeting without listing who attended. Stakeholders are relevant and interested parties, yet city council members knew nothing of it, just as they knew nothing of the spill until residents found out and told them 2 days after it happened. The Barron Park Association president and board, some of whom live on the contaminated creek, were not included in the meeting, yet their property is affected. And even more important, the toxic spill into a creek affects the habitat. To what extent, we don't know, even though specific information is actually available at this point to some extent. This ongoing lack of transparency is stunning. I honestly never thought I would experience this in Palo Alto. I thought we were better than this. I am deeply disappointed. The results of the current remediation and plan should be submitted in a report to our city council for their questions and comment by the public when it's done. I also tonight want to celebrate, in a different direction, Palo Alto's hometown girl and Pali grad, Joan Baez, who last night received one of the highest awards given in this country, the Kennedy Award honor at the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. You may watch it on TV yourselves at 8 p.m. Sunday, June 6th, 8 p.m. Sunday, June 6th on CBS. Among her civil rights and work to stop the Vietnam War, and by the way, her Institute for the Study of Nonviolence was on Linton Avenue right here in Palo Alto. She introduced the world to Bobby Dylan, whose 80th birthday is today, our Nobel Poet Laureate. He famously wrote the line, "You don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. You don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows," which became the motto of many activists I have known through the decades, and which I remember tonight as I just said my words about the Matadero Creek. Thank you.
Thank you, Winter. Our next speaker is Jeremy Ehrman, to be followed by our final speaker, Rebecca Eisenberg. Jeremy, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm a little worried that last I heard, the city budget that's being considered still assumes that there will be a 1.6 million in funds from concessions from the labor unions. But last I heard, this has not been realized. So I'm rather worried that this was put into the budget before the concessions were actually made. This seems to me very poor timing, especially because last year the city council and staff were in numerous closed sessions with the labor unions and received only partial concessions from the public safety unions. They failed to receive the main concessions that they intended. So I'm very concerned that the budget is just assuming that somehow this year it will be different and negotiations will work. So I'd really like some update on that, or some real action on the city's part to make this work. I also don't understand why management is not again volunteering to take a pay cut as they did last year. Originally, in fact, they were going to take a 15% pay cut, with the city manager taking a 20% pay cut. It was in fact estimated this could have saved the city $3.5 million. But in the end, the management changed their mind when they didn't receive concessions from the unions. It turned out this had been a negotiating tactic, not a genuine offer. So I really think that the management should take a pay cut first, regardless of what the other unions do. But again, I just don't understand why the negotiations were not done before the budget was done. This is just really poor timing. And we saw similar poor timing at the city school liaison committee meeting last week, where the committee brought up the cost sharing ideas that the council had suggested between the school district and the city. And the school district essentially said, wait, are you asking for money? Because we've already done our budget. So how can the city not have known that this was already the case? Poor timing. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. And our final speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Well, I'm grateful to the last two speakers to really kind of clarify what those of us who live here know, and the disconnect that is just growing more and more wide between the Palo Alto community and the Palo Alto elected and appointed leadership. Palo Alto at one point was a green city. It was a caring city. It was a city that prioritized human beings more than it valued cars. It was a city that agreed that every person deserves a living wage, even low-income workers. It was a city that provided places for everyone to live, especially those who work here. It was a city that made sure that everyone had access to healthcare, childcare, high-quality education, and transit. We're not any of those things anymore, and it's your fault. I think Winter Dellenbach really, hit the nail on the head when she talked about your response to the Matadero Creek disaster. If you close your eyes on purpose, things don't go away. They're still here and they get worse. Everything about how terrible Matadero Creek spill was a direct consequence of your bad choices that so many of us told you would be bad choices. Everything from dismantling your Office of Inspections and Enforcement that could have prevented this spill, to allowing the police to encrypt their radio transmissions, which made sure that the spill wasn't heard about by the community, causing ever so much more harm. The fact that you have completely devalued environmental protection, for example, by not investing at all in public transportation or bike lanes. This is all you're doing. Knowing that there are consequences to your bad choices, I suggest that you make better choices. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Mayor Du Bois, there's no further speakers.
Okay, great, thanks. So we're on to minutes approval, entertaining motions.
I'll move the action minutes for May 10th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. So let's go ahead and vote on the minutes. Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filseth,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
And Councilmember Tanaka. Sorry, is Councilmember Tanaka here?
Do not see him.
But he was, but looks like he dropped off.
Okay. All right, so the minutes are approved on a 6-0 vote. With Councilmember Tanaka absent. Let's move on to the consent calendar. I'm also taking motions, and just raise your hand if you have a no vote.
I'll move the consent calendar.
I will second it. Any other council? Okay, let's go ahead and have the public speak to items on consent.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to any item on the consent calendar, please raise your hands at this time. You will have 2 minutes to speak. Our one speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. So I think it's worth pointing out how quickly some of you jump to move and second a consent calendar that includes well over $500,000 in costs for the city. Some of these items had been discussed before, others have not. In particular, it just kind of shocks me that you didn't even consider number 4 worthy of discussion. What number 4 is about, and it doesn't include the exact projects, so it's impossible to know. But it seems that number 4 could actually include the license and the installation of technology that would enable the police to encrypt radio communications, since number 4 has to do with a technology license that involves radio communications, other communications. Knowing that the encryption of radio communications is what contributed to the disaster that, of contamination that just happened a couple of weeks ago, it's just kind of surprising to me that you haven't thought about changing your position about radio encryption for the police. Maybe this contract does cover it, maybe it doesn't. It's not in the report. And I'm going to venture that you all don't know. Why don't you know? I mean, if I take the time to read these things, don't you? You don't get an award for being the first and the fastest to move this consent calendar. No one appreciates but you and each other the speed with which you make it through the meetings. These are important issues, and our city deserves better. Our community deserves better. Please give some of this a thought and consider the residents. Thank you.
Mayor Du Bois, that was our final speaker.
Okay, thank you. I do see Councilmember Tanaka's back. Councilmember Tanaka, do you want to have something on the consent calendar?
Yeah, no on 4.
Okay. Let's go ahead and vote on consent, starting with Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Fulseth. Yes. Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Okay, so that's 7-0 with Councilmember Tanaka no on 4. Would you like to speak to your no vote?
Sure. I'm having a lot of internet problems at my house right now, so I'm flipping between my cell phone and my computer here. But number 4, my main issue with this is somewhat what the public speaker said, but also just the fact that it's a single bid. It's quite a bit of money, and it just seemed like a lot for what they're doing. And so I can't support this.
Okay, thank you. We're now on to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Let's see if we're able to get the PowerPoint slides up. If not, oh, thank you, Nelly. All right, terrific, thank you. And if you could, yes, thank you. While we're transitioning, I also just wanted to note for the record that on item number 4, this issue is for the installation and maintenance of emergency services, which is a separate office from the police department and has no bearing or no relationship to radio encryption. Also, since it was noted, again, the fire communications are not encrypted, has no bearing on any issues associated with the Matadero Creek response. Let's see, moving on to update regarding the pandemic. As I'm sure everyone's aware, Santa Clara County is now in the yellow tier. We just provided here a quick summary of some of the changes and levels of activity that are now allowed in different indoor, in particular venues, hair and nail salons, museums, places of worship, and the like. As everyone's aware, again, this is the most lenient level of restriction related to the health orders. And in fact, why don't we move over to the next slide? Oh, and let's see, whoops, I thought I had one more slide on the state changes, which are happening on June 15th, that has also been recently reaffirmed that on June 15th, the tier system goes away entirely with a significant restoration of the new normal. Now, as we are making that progress, again, at the state level, the county level, and here at the city, just want to note a few upcoming items with the council and ongoing activities. One is that we have a few items coming up in June that relate to the recovery or restoration of activities at the city. On the June 1st, June 7th, and the 22nd, we'll be bringing forward to the City Council a few items related to our approach to hybrid meetings in person as well as online, as with all business establishments right now working through the Cal OSHA requirements as it relates to workplaces and record keeping for vaccinated versus not reported individuals, and how that affects our walk-in services, as well as coming up later in the month, discussion of parklets and street closures. Staff, this is an area that is ongoing in terms of the staff work. So staff is working on a number of dimensions as it relates to city services. So we will report additional information on specific programs as it becomes available. Next slide, please. Okay, now specifically as it relates to streets, we have the University Avenue downtown, as well as Ramona Street and California Avenue street closures, which are the subject of much discussion. And again, we'll be returning to the City Council later in June for further direction. One is it's related to the parklets and the allowance of the authority to permit parklets through the end of the calendar year. So that will be coming on the 7th. At the end of the month, we'll have further discussion on University Avenue. At this point, we are seeking business and broader community feedback on a couple of proposals based upon the current state of recovery, that downtown streets would reopen on Tuesday, July 6th, following the July 4th holiday, and that California Avenue would reopen following the Labor Day holiday on September 7th. So again, at this time, staff has floated these ideas for feedback in order to balance interests, some of which would like us to reopen right away after June 15th, and others that would like to stay with the current authorization, which is through the end of October. So we are currently discussing that with businesses and business districts both today and tomorrow. We are hosting an Uplift Local Community meeting in mid-June. That's the next scheduled meeting. And then we also have the ongoing online survey that's available through the Uplift Local webpage. So that's cityofpaloalto.org/upliftlocal to get broader community input on this proposed reopening schedule. Next slide, please. And then there's budget. As the council has been spending quite a bit of time on the budget of late for the broader community awareness, just a quick check-in on where we are tomorrow. The Finance Committee will continue detailed discussions based on the council direction last week. That Finance Committee meeting is set for tomorrow at 9 a.m. and scheduled to run through the day or as long as it's needed in order to work through the issues. Then the City Council will hear the budget again on June 21st at 5 p.m. evening meeting toward the end of the month. And then again, for additional budget meeting materials and an update on where the various actions stand, we have our budget webpage, cityofpaloalto.org/budget, as well as the agenda for tomorrow's meeting. Next slide, please. Then want to note the much anticipated installation of the last segment or the center segment of the bike bridge over Highway 101, scheduled for this coming Saturday evening over the long weekend. So don't suggest anyone stay up to watch it because it will be a long night. Again, always subject to change based on a variety of operational considerations, safety obviously being number one. So this will be an entire closure of Highway 101 during the period of installation. So there will be detours put in place, and again, a good area really to avoid rather than to add to any traffic that will be detoured for the installation of this bridge segment. 107 foot long, again, spanning the center section of freeway. Let's see, and I think that's it for this slide. Next slide, please. Also note upcoming activities as we continue our race and equity community conversations this coming, actually tomorrow night, evening with Consul General from Japan in San Francisco, Toru Maeda. Also later this week, I will have the privilege of interviewing author Jeanette Arakawa with her book, The Little Exile. This will be in conjunction or in partnership with Stanford University. So look forward to that, as well as a number of other activities you see listed here. Also want to do a special plug for the City of Palo Alto's hosting the first Summit on Women and Girls. And let's see, we've got information on that down at the bottom there to register, cityofpaloalto.org/Women Girls Summit. And hopefully no typos on that URL. So all that information, again, will be available on the city's homepage. Next slide, please. And again, just a quick thumbnail here of upcoming council items through the month of June. This will be a busy month. As noted, we have asked council members to save the date for a new council meeting, one additional council meeting on June 22nd. So in addition to your long-standing scheduled meeting on Monday, the 21st, there will need to be another meeting on Tuesday, the 22nd, in order to cover outstanding items. And I believe that's our last slide. Thank you very much. Back to you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. I'm going to suggest we take a break now to 5:40, and we'll come back and start the action item. Thanks. Okay, council members, if you're back, please turn your camera on. Right, okay, looks like we have a quorum. Let's move on to our action item. Item number 7, which is a contract with Green Waste. Staff go ahead and give their presentation.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Du Bois and council members. Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. So tonight we do have consideration of a contract with Green Waste to provide the city's garbage processing and disposal service starting at the end of this calendar year. I do want to note that as City Manager Shikata pointed out, we published an At Places memo earlier this afternoon responding to some concerns that have been raised about recyclable materials and overseas processing, which is an issue that we have been and continue to work on improvements in that regard with Green Waste. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our Zero Waste Manager, Paula Borges, who will give the staff presentation.
Good evening, council members. With me today are Mabel Ayong, Environmental Programs Manager, and Garth Schultz from R3 Consulting Services. Tonight, we are recommending approval of the solid waste processing contract with Green Waste Recovery. Solid waste is also known as garbage and the contents of the black cart that you are familiar with and have in your homes. There are 3 staff recommendations. Item 1 is the new Green Waste Recovery contract to process solid waste. Item 2 is the resolution adopting the negative declaration of CEQA. And item 3 is the amendment to the Smart Station MOU, extending the term from October 15th to December 31st, 2031. Excuse me, 2021, just a couple more months. Let's see, to provide some history and background, we wanted to remind you that the Sustainability Climate Action Plan and the Zero Waste Plan both have the goal for Palo Alto to divert 95% of waste from landfills by 2030. Senate Bill 1383 requires the reduction of organic materials sent to landfills to reduce methane emissions, which is a very powerful greenhouse gas. In addition, our last waste characterization showed that the 67% of the contents of the black solid waste cart are recyclable or compostable and will be landfilled if they are not recovered through a solid waste processing facility such as green waste recovery. Marketing of recyclable materials is a challenge that varies as frequently as week to week. This is a brief summary of the general material commodities and their markets. Unfortunately, there are not enough domestic markets for paper and the wide variety of plastic materials. And as Brad mentioned, there was an App Places memo regarding this topic, but we do want to emphasize to you that staff has been working diligently to ensure the city's goal to reduce waste from landfills are being met and to prioritize finding domestic markets for recyclable materials. As additional background, Palo Alto's waste stream is currently handled through 3 main contracts. This diagram is a summary on the current flow of materials and contracts. Starting at the top and the right side of this diagram, all materials are collected by Green Waste of Palo Alto under 1 contract expiring in June of 2026. This contract also includes the processing of the blue recycling cart, the green compost cart, and construction and demolition materials. Focusing on the left side of the diagram within the yellow highlight, the black boxes represent 2 agreements the city has had for the past 30 years for the processing of Palo Alto solid waste. The top black box represents the agreement with the Sunnyvale Materials Recovery and Transfer Station, also known as the SMART Station. And the lower black box represents the second long-term agreement with Waste Management for the landfill disposal of the residuals from the SMART Station. Parallel to staff conducting the RFP process last year, we met and communicated with the cities of Sunnyvale and Mountain View on the possibility of continuing the partnership at the SMART Station. The focus tonight and recommendation is to consolidate these 2 contracts and functions into 1 contract with Green Waste Recovery. We compare the 2 options between Green Waste Recovery and the SMART Station on multiple factors, with the main comparison being divergent outcomes and financial impacts to the city. This is a summary on one of the main comparisons conducted. Having higher diversion of materials from the landfill leads to greater reduction of methane, which will further help the city meet its SCAP and zero waste goals. The SMART Station currently has a 30% diversion and is planning on a maximum and optimistic future diversion of 45%. Green Waste contract provides a guaranteed minimum diversion of 50% of waste from the landfill and has a historical diversion of 70%. Green Waste really is the best choice to meet the city's climate action goals and the state's requirements for reducing methane in landfills. Higher diversion is possible at Green Waste Recovery because they are continuously investing in their facility and equipment. They are innovative and progressive in using state-of-the-art technology. This is an image of one of the Max artificial intelligent waste sorting robots. In their most recent upgrade to their facility in 2019, Green Waste Recovery added 4 of these robots to their solid waste processing facility, making them one of the premier sorting facilities in the country using this latest advanced sorting technology. This leads to a better sorting process, increased diversion of recoverable materials from the solid waste stream. And it is the type of technology that an older facility such as the SMART Station does not have. Shifting your focus to the cost comparison, this is a summary showing that Green Waste Recovery is the best financial value for the city. The Green Waste contract costs are expected to be significantly lower when comparing to the possible range of costs with the SMART Station. The low estimate for the SMART Station costs are projected to be $4.6 million more than Green Waste over the 8.5-year term. This table is to provide you with a higher level perspective into the overall refuse fund and the expenses and revenues from fiscal year 2021 to fiscal year 2022. It summarizes that the refuse fund for fiscal year 22 is estimated to incur a savings of about $1 million. And as a reminder, there will not be a refuse rate increase in fiscal year 22. This is our last slide and the recommended motions, and it concludes our presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to the members of the public, and then we'll come back to council.
Any members of the public that wish to speak on the green waste contract, please raise your hand at this time. You'll be given 2 minutes to speak. Our first speaker at this time is Bob Winslow. Bob, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Bob Winslow. I'm an environmental engineer and resident of Palo Alto. I helped found our curbside recycling and composting program in the 1970s, participated in our zero waste plan development, chaired the Measure E campaign for local management of organics, and am a founder of our Repair Cafe. My international engagement aligns with serving as president of Neighbors Abroad. I generated written comments on this measure. 10,000 tons per year, or 60% of our recovered waste, is transported overseas without any documentation of the environmental management of those materials. When the wastes are managed in the US, we know their fate, good or bad. We do not know the fate of these materials when they are exported. My research shows that mixed paper pulp production, which is what would happen with the cardboard and basically all the different categories of paper that we generated, produces a strong effluent in places like Vietnam or the Philippines that kills rivers and it's untreated. And that 25% of the paper is actually held as almost a landfill residual. It's not processed completely. And the contamination oftentimes goes into villages. I've read articles that plastics enter the village and have social impact, even affecting young children. Palo Alto is a leadership community. We're a sister city community that's sensitive to both our community and our engagement globally. Unfortunately, international engagement includes 10,000 tons of waste paper sent to Southeast Asia. I urge that we do not export unless we know the environmental management consistent with US standards are applied. Palo Alto should draw the line. The city of Berkeley is looking to draw a similar line that prohibits international shipments of our segregated materials. I have urged that this be addressed for 2 years. I've waited for staff reports. I've played as a team player. I participated in the EIR response. And the feeling that we made progress is not really showing on this issue. I don't really judge staff as diligent on this topic. In closing, if we draw a line on this issue, what might it be? Palo Alto should place a stipulation in the contract that prohibits international disposition of our waste materials. Palo Alto can incentivize green waste to reduce the international waste, pay them money for success. Palo Alto can request that domestic markets be offered by green waste and understand the fee impact. Palo Alto can ask for environmental reports on the fate of the materials, including site visits. Palo Alto should engage with Senator Becker to not allow unverified international shipments to count as, quote, recycled. And I urge, or at least consideration on the negative declaration, because I do think that there's an environmental impact that should be served. So I want to be a team player. You really all know me quite well. I'm trying to help us on the issue, but I really feel that it was important to draw a line on this issue and use this contract as an opportunity to start shifting what appears to be 60% of our recyclables being shipped overseas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. We have one more speaker, Rebecca Eisenberg. And at this time, we'll no longer be taking speaker hands. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
I'd like to thank Mr. Wenslaw for his comments and urge you to listen to them maybe upon revisiting this meeting if you didn't listen to him this time. Now that it's impossible to see you and know if you're paying attention, and suspecting that you're not. Again, I want to say, apropos with what was said earlier, that Palo Alto is no longer a green city. As the Sierra Club noted, as so many residents have noted, you all just seem not to care at all about environmental protection or sustainability. Look at this staff report. Nowhere was there an analysis about what is the most sustainable approach to eliminating waste. And the thought of having and recycling, the thought of having a negative declaration is truly ironic, because what else impacts sustainability and the environment kind of more than what we as a community do with the stuff that we don't want anymore. And there's so many fundamental, huge systemic changes that need to happen, just huge changes. And everything from working to encourage a culture that stops buying single-use anything. Stop encouraging people to buy new cars, even if they're Teslas. Even Teslas, any new car is more harmful to the environment than driving your current one down to the ground. You said earlier that you would approach everything that comes before you with an eye for sustainability, but I think that was lip service, because there's no eye for sustainability here. I hope you do what Mr. Wenslaw says. Don't ship our waste and our so-called recyclables overseas. Please have at heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Mayor Du Bois, that was our final speaker.
Okay, let's bring it back to council for questions, comments, motions. Councilmember Koo.
Actually, since we received the at places memo, perhaps staff could go through that for us, please. I didn't see it until when the city manager mentioned it, so it'll be great if you could go through that. Thank you.
Ms. Borges, could you walk us through at least a high-level summary of what's in the At Places memo, please?
Yes, I will do my best. So the At Places memo is essentially to inform you that staff has been working with Green Waste of Palo Alto, and Green Waste of Palo Alto is our collections contract. And that's where the majority of our recyclable materials from the blue bin are marketed. And that's really what Mr. Wenslow's concern, bulk of the concern is about. Because the reality is that once the recyclable materials such as paper, for example, go into that black solid waste cart, the paper is contaminated and it's no longer recyclable, and it's through the green waste contract, it will be composted. But the At Places memo is really just giving you a summary that staff has been working with Green Waste of Palo Alto. We have received 2 of their reports on their initial review and the traceability data, and that information is linked in the At Places memo for your review. And essentially, there are very few cities that we know of, other than perhaps Berkeley, that have spent the energy that Palo Alto has with its contractor in trying to look at what the markets are, where are the materials being sent, and are they being socially responsible. And we're making progress. We're going in the right direction, but we don't have enough information. And short of conducting that field trip overseas and following the material, there is unfortunately limited data available. In the At Places memo, we also included a summary of the various recyclable materials, and to give you some insight on whether they are being sent to a domestic market or they're being exported internationally. And I created a summary in one of my slides, but glass and, well, I know the concern is what is being exported internationally, and that is mostly mixed paper from the blue recycling bin, as well as cardboard. And then plastics, there are some plastics being sent overseas, although green waste does have a current domestic market for the simple plastics, the PET, which is the plastic water bottle, the HDPE, which is the plastic water jug. And the mixed plastics, the rigid plastic, it kind of depends week to week, depending on the quantity they have, how clean it is, and who the current markets are. But and I know I'm being a little long-winded on this, but just wanted to show you that we definitely care. I mean, we're super passionate about the environment, and this is within our DNA to make sure that we're not creating additional pollution. And we do want to commend Green Waste for the efforts that they have taken, and they've been a good partner. We just want more information.
Thank you. Now, on the reports, under our existing collection contract, Green Waste of Palo Alto was supposed to provide the reports. Why is it that we're getting it so late and that they're not answering the key questions if those are already posed to them?
So Green Waste is answering the key questions. I mean, they are telling us who their markets are, who their primary marketers are, like, so who they're selling their material to, but they're not providing the secondary market. So if Green Waste sells their material to Berg Mills, for example, they're not providing the additional information of where Berg Mills sends that material to. We were actually, staff had planned a staff report to council that was going to go to you last spring of 2020 when COVID hit. We had to pull, and the staff report was regarding these reports from Green Waste, as well as a proposal that we were considering, an amendment that we were considering. But because of COVID and the risk to revenues, we decided to pull it out, and I haven't been able to get back to it since.
If I could take a second to even add on to what Paul had just said, part of and kind of evidence for the approach staff is taking to continually seek improvements here. Part of why we were bringing that report last year that didn't ultimately move forward is that there had been an opportunity where mixed paper could have been taken to a domestic processor by Green Waste, but that window of opportunity was only open for a very short time, and our regular processes didn't allow for us to bring something to the council to make a decision. So actually the item we were bringing, which we would still like to consider in the future, was to provide authorization for the city manager to enter into an amendment quickly if and when another opportunity like that is identified. We see this as a long-term issue with Green Waste as our partner to try to get more information about these issues and where materials are being sent, while at the same time maximizing our opportunities to use domestic companies for this work.
If I could just maybe punctuate that, it does sound like subject to council's interest that we could come back with that other item, which again would provide an ability to act quickly on the availability of a domestic market for the recyclables.
Thank you. My time is up, but I'd like to ask some more questions later.
I mean, I think you asked a really useful question about the memo that took about 4 of your 5 minutes. So why don't you ask a couple more questions if you'd like.
Thank you for that. I guess I was just trying to figure out, there's also the stakeholder engagement that has a concern. It says in the staff report that it did not require its own community engagement process because it was part of the 2018 Zero Waste Plan update. And, this is something that is new coming to council. changing over completely to green waste or recommending the complete turnover to green waste. So I would think that that would be still important in order to communicate with the community. Additionally, as Mr. Winslow, and thanks for all his comments and his follow up on that, is that, you know, the initial study, that's also concerning with regards to the VMT that was mentioned in here. So I would, you know, I think that I would want to ask about, you know, your community engagement efforts. How will that come about? Or is that eliminated?
Well, I'll start by saying that this process of changing the contractor, you know, the smart station where materials are sent now, and which we actually have, I think, less influence and control over, also sends materials overseas for processing. And I think at a greater rate, from my understanding, than what's currently happening with green waste. So even though we know this is not perfect, we actually think it's an improvement and gives us more of an opportunity to keep making progress. And then in terms of the stakeholder engagement, really the zero waste plan, where we laid out this process of how we would make these decisions with respect to this long-standing relationship with the Sunnyvale Smart Station, was where we saw that engagement happening.
Now, on those reports that we're supposed to get, that's an annual event, right? Annually, they're supposed to submit those reports to council so we can see. I see Miss, I can't see your last name, Fujimoto.
So there are annual reports submitted to the city, not directly to council.
Does it come to us through the city manager's office as a CRM or?
No, the reports actually come to staff as part of the plethora of reports that Green Waste provides to us monthly and annually.
And within their contract, is there a penalty or violation should that report be late by a certain time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, for being able to ask the rest of my questions.
Okay. Councilmember Phil Seth.
Yeah, thanks very much. Hey, can we go back to slide 5 for a second? Hello?
Mabel, are you still there and able to reshare that slide? Great, thank you.
Yeah, that one. Okay, so first of all, I just wanted to sort out so it's all clear in my brain here. The contract change that you're talking about really applies only to that box, right? Is what we do with solid waste. And we're not planning a change on recyclables or compostables or construction demolition waste. It's just the solid waste that goes to the smart station will then go to green waste instead. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Ironically, I was actually at the smart station yesterday in Sunnyvale, but yeah. So the Sunnyvale Smart Station diverts 30 to 45% of what they get. So what happens to the other 50 to 70%? Does that go in landfill?
It does go to landfill, yes.
Okay. So what happens to the 30 to 45% that they do divert?
Paula, can you help with that?
Yeah, so some of the material, whatever is clean and recyclable, which is currently about 30%, is either sent to international markets or composted.
Or composted. Okay. Yeah, I thought your at places memo was very helpful in sort of describing which material went overseas and which was local and so forth. So their profile of what kinds of things go overseas, thin film plastic and so forth, is that similar to green wastes?
It's very similar, with the exception that green waste recovery actually has domestic markets for certain plastics.
Aha, which Smart Station doesn't.
Correct.
And if I understand sort of from 90,000 feet, the argument in favor of shifting to green waste, is basically green waste has newer technology, and that allows them to have a higher diversion rate and somewhat lower cost. And that's basically what we're investing in with the shift if we do that.
Yes, so changing over will lead to additional diversion, less material being landfilled. It also will save the city some money. Got it. Okay. Okay, so that I understand. So now let's go to Bob Wenslow's argument that thin film plastic back on the blue box, okay, not the black box, and I guess a little bit of the black box. The thin film plastic and mixed paper, when they go overseas, don't actually get recycled, right? But they get either burned or they get landfilled or non-processed or something like that. Is that accurate? I mean, the stuff that goes overseas, does most of it in fact not get recycled?
The reality is that we don't know 100%.
Right.
Exactly what happens to the mixed paper when it is sent overseas.
Okay. So which is better, sending it overseas or landfilling it?
In my personal opinion, we want to ensure that materials are being recycled, and I trust the process that green waste recovery and other haulers and collectors have of sending the materials internationally to be recycled. I mean, historically, or one of the reasons that China restricted the receiving some of these materials is because they were getting dirty materials. So they are creating a better process, and they don't want our materials if they can't do something with it.
Okay. No, I understand. Since, I mean, China closing the door made a huge difference. But okay, let me ask the question a different way, which is, can it actually be verified? I mean, if it goes to Thailand or Vietnam or something like that, can it actually be verified? I mean, are there reasons to think that a significant portion of it actually, in fact, does get recycled over there, even though it doesn't get recycled here?
Yes, because they've invested resources into their own facilities to recycle the material. So, for example, you know, they want they want mixed paper to be sent to them so it can be recycled into the product that they will use to ship some of the products, or iPhones, for example, comes to mind, over back to the US and other countries.
If it's paper, presumably it's some kind of paper material or something.
It's a paper mill.
Mm-hmm. Right. I mean, if you had to guess, this is an impossible question, of course, but if you had to guess, how much of what goes overseas actually gets recycled and how much just gets burned or landfilled?
Well, that's
one of 50-50? Think it's 50-50 or 10-90 or?
I don't think it's 50-50, but that's one of our intents behind having this new environmental report from Green Waste, because we want to explore further and we want to obtain more information so that our staff can have additional confidence to give that to you. But it's definitely not 50%, but I don't have the information. I don't have those numbers, and they've been difficult to obtain.
So let me my last question. I'll give up the timer here. Last question is: suppose we in Green Waste said, look, if we can't verify it, okay, let's just landfill it, because whether it's landfilled here or there, it's still landfilled. Right? Is that the kind of thing that even we ought to even think about, or?
Well, in my personal opinion, we don't have enough information to make that decision.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That's very helpful.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Okay. So first, on the staff memo, that was very informative to get that breakdown. Apparently, the past council directions on getting these reports did not specify that the reports would not only go to staff, but would go to the council and the public. And so when we get to motions, is that correct?
That is correct. And
Okay.
as I think we discussed, we had intended to begin bringing those last year and were somewhat thwarted by the onset of the pandemic, essentially.
Okay. But then even when we had this presentation on the contract renewal, they weren't immediately part of that. So I think we'll want to make sure we tighten that up. When I look at the staff memo, it was a great breakdown on the percentage of different materials that were going offshore for recycling, but I couldn't get the, and maybe I just wasn't reading it right, but I couldn't determine the percentage of the materials, the total materials that are going offshore. Do we know what that is?
Yeah, so it's estimated. So the App Places memo that you are looking at and that brief table or that detailed table, it's based, and just to clarify, it's based on materials recovered from solid waste and primarily the blue single stream recycling container. And on average, Green Waste Recovery sends 40% of that material to domestic markets and 60% is sent internationally.
Okay.
With the majority of that being mixed paper.
Got it. And then when we get to it, this issue of a limited domestic capability for mixed paper and the need for us to be opportunistic when there's available capacity, I'm going to be very supportive of building that into our future direction. I do want to clarify on the issues involved with overseas recycling are one part that was being discussed on what portion of the materials ultimately are recycled and turned into reusable materials. That's half of the issue. The other half is what are the environmental consequences or damages from the recycling process itself. When recycling's in the US, we have rigid standards. And depending on whether we have additional state overlays or not. And that is actually one of the main reasons why many processes, industrial processes, go offshore, is because they're able to not control the byproducts and the pollutants from the process, separate from whether it gets recycled ultimately or not. So both of those things matter. So a question is, Green Waste doesn't currently provide us information and apparently doesn't know details on their secondary processes. So they know where it gets shipped to, what's supposed to be done with it, but then once it's overseas, they really don't have that reporting. Is Green Waste saying they cannot obtain that? How large of a company are they? Can they use agents that are certified overseas as environmental inspectors? How can we move toward having the accountability of both aspects of this? How much is getting recycled and the environmental compliance or standards that are being met through the recycling process itself?
I'm not certain just what to say about Green Waste resources and ability to take on that sort of role and collect that information for us. I would say that at the staff level, as we've been reviewing these reports, we have been talking about next steps that could even include things like GPS trackers to try to determine locations where materials end up, or hiring agents or even some sort of travel to verify locations.
Well, I'd suggest that we may want to work with other cities that are Green Waste customers. And rather than us try to do these things unilaterally, that we come together and if their customer base insists certain performance standards, then they're going to respond to that customer base, and they'll be able to spread the cost over the whole customer base rather than attribute it to just one of us. I think it's a lot more efficient approach to that. So that's my questions for now. Thanks.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll kind of continue on this this theme regarding the climate issues here. I'm wondering, and maybe this is more for the city attorney, but any staff can weigh in on this. I'm wondering how we can kind of draft a contract with Green Waste that could provide us with flexibility that if after we learn additional information regarding what happens to the exported waste, are we able to modify our agreement if we don't find the actual practices to be aligned with our city's climate action goals? So is that a possibility? Or I guess more on the timeline issue here, can we also push off this contract kind of with the stipulation that we're waiting to get that additional information and then just approve the second MOU to continue our current services until the end of the year?
Paula, I'm hoping you can speak to the details of the termination and modification provisions in the contract.
Yes, so just to clarify, what you're asking about is directly related to the collection contract with Green Waste of Palo Alto. And in that contract, we do have provisions that should the city find other resources for recyclable materials or find that the environmental impacts are too great, the city has the ability to make changes. And so in the solid waste contract, which we brought to you tonight, very little of the material is actually being recycled. It's primarily plastics and metal that are being pulled out.
So does that provision exist in the contract that's before us tonight?
It does indirectly in that the contract really focuses on the solid waste, but it does touch on the environmental factors. And I have to double check and get back to you on that because I want to be as accurate as I can be on that.
I appreciate that, and I'm curious if that language is more explicit in did you say it was the recycle contract that we have with them? If that language is more explicit there, then I don't see why we wouldn't want to really call that out explicitly within this contract as well. Because I am concerned with a lot of the comments and questions that my colleagues have already raised, and Mr. Winslow and other community members as well. Is just kind of, the idea that anytime we're shipping materials across the sea and using these large container ships, that itself is an incredible environmental impact that we should try to mitigate as much as possible. My next question, the staff report was saying there are some alternatives to services offered at the smart station here in Palo Alto. Some of those alternatives that we could use for the compost giveaway at Eleanor Party Park's community gardens. I just want to make, because I think that's great. That was really helpful for me to kind of understand what these local alternatives are if we move away from the smart station. So I appreciate that in the report. I just want to make sure that service itself, at the community gardens at Eleanor Party Park, is not at risk at being cut in the fiscal year 2022 budget discussions. I know there was some community concern that we've been hearing around those community gardens. So I don't know if there's a question for the finance committee or staff to talk about kind of the status of that within our budget.
Yeah, Brad, if you don't mind me touching on it, the compost giveaway at the Eleanor Party Park is a free service to the city, and it's funded through the refuse fund. And the refuse fund is not reducing those services in fiscal year 22.
Great, thank you. And one more question. The report estimated that the GWR contract through June 2030 will cost a total of around $40 million. and that was assuming a 3% annual CPI adjustment to the per ton rates, but no changes in annual tonnages. I was curious what that means. Does that mean that staff is anticipating no increased annual tonnage of waste coming from Palo Alto?
No, in fact, we used a constant number for the tonnages so that we could have a better apples to apples comparison between both facilities. And you're right that the actual cost will vary. And hopefully we could, push forward our zero waste plan and our goals and get even less material to be placed into that garbage bin.
Okay, so sorry, just to clarify, so yes, we are anticipating the amount of waste that we produce each year will continue to rise.
The amount of waste generated will vary depending on what is happening. So for example, with COVID, we saw that solid waste tonnages decreased. They increased in the residential sector. They decreased in the commercial sector. Recyclable tonnages increased with COVID in the residential sector, but not in the commercial sector. So I'm getting long-winded, I know, but I'm very passionate about all this. But the short answer to your question is tonnages will vary. And we anticipate that through our outreach programs, the solid waste tonnages will decrease over time.
Great, thank you for that. And I appreciate your passion.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Thanks for your guys' work on this. I also share the same concerns as my colleagues in regards to the environmental impact. I want to ask a different line of questioning. First of all, does staff know how our cost here compares to nearby cities?
Is your question regarding the refuse rates of Palo Alto compared to other cities?
That too, yeah. So our costs and also our rates.
Yeah, so we have a backup slide on our rates that we can share.
Yeah, actually, I have it here. I could share it too. Yeah, so I was looking at this, right? And it's kind of interesting because so Palo Alto's here in the red. So it's our most popular size 32 gallon. Okay, so for a standard 32 gallon, Palo Alto is about $50. Mountain View, our next door city, is $35 for the same size bin. Mountain View also has a cheaper rate for the 20 gallon bin, but I think that's not as used as much, I think. And then for the 64 gallon bin, we're at like $100. And Menlo Park, other next door neighbors, at $63, right? And then when it comes down to the 96 gallon, we're like almost off the charts compared to our neighbors, right? So Menlo Park's 91 and Palo Alto's $150. And, but I think this is the most common one. But if you look at this is like $174, $173 a year delta for the same size bin. And I guess my concern here is besides the environmental impact, but it's also the expense impact, because I saw in the chart that we actually are losing money, that the expenses are actually higher than the revenue. At least maybe I missed it. And yet our rates are so much higher than our two next door neighbors. And not just by a little bit, right? But we're talking, this is like Palo Alto is about a 44% higher rates for the same size bin. And so it's rather alarming when I look at this. And so my concern here is that it's hard to know exactly the cost. You could kind of guess from the slide you guys showed. But my concern here is the fact that the rates are so much higher to our most immediate neighbors by a lot, not by a little bit, by a lot. And and also at the same time, our expenses are higher than the revenue, which is kind of weird. And then compounding that is a lot of members in our community, now some members in our community are doing just fine, but a lot of members of our community I know are hurting, right? Some people lost jobs, are barely holding on. And so, while this may not seem like a lot of money, to some people it is a lot of money in our community. And I think we need to be sensitive to their needs as well. And so this is something which to me is just kind of alarming when I look at this, our rates versus our neighbors' rates. I don't know if you could talk a little bit about how many bids do we get on this project?
Well, Councilmember Tanaka, I was also going to ask, would it be okay with you if we share the slide that we do have that we had prepared that has additional rates?
Yeah, I
hope
think it'd
we'll
be
get
good.
to speak to some of
this is
the
a good chart
reasons.
to share with the public and our ratepayers, right? We should put this in every utility insert and show how our rates compare to our neighbors, so that they could see that their rates are 43% higher than Mountain View. I think it's a good thing to do. So I would fully support that.
Mabel,
but
can
my
you share
question
a
though,
slide?
sorry, my question though was more about like how many bids did we get on this project?
We received one proposal.
One proposal, okay.
From Green Waste, and then we actually continue.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, I think, in order to get a more competitive bids, I think it's important to get more than one bid, especially when it's a large contract amount. I think it's important that we try to shop it around. It's a pretty hefty contract, and isn't this also the company that we bought the trash? We actually bought the trucks for them too, right? Isn't that right? Or is that a different company?
Green Waste of Palo Alto, yes, the contract had us purchasing some trucks rather than regardless, we would be paying for those trucks under the terms of a contract.
Okay.
But you are remembering that under the contract, we did outright purchase trucks.
So it's like hiring Gardner, who are paying more than our neighbor's Gardner, but we're also buying them all the blower and the lawnmower and all the equipment too, right?
I wouldn't agree that that's the case if that's the question.
Well,
Councilmember, I think we need you to unshare your screen so that staff can show their screen. Also, I believe, if I'm correct, that this screen or this graph was actually yours rather than staff. I was mistaken. I thought it was staff's.
Oh, no, I just Googled it and pulled it off the website because I didn't see it in the staff report.
I was going to, in fact, I offline admonish staff for graphs that don't have 0 at the bottom of the vertical axis.
Oh, I just followed what you guys did for your guys' graphs. I just try to make it as large as possible, so it's easier to see on the
and
screen.
To exaggerate the difference.
But I think I'm out of time here.
Does staff want to respond to some of that? It sounded like you had another chart you wanted to show.
Yeah, we could show that quickly, and maybe if we could respond at least briefly. I'm sure Paula maybe can speak a little bit to the efforts that we took to get bids. I would just say I have worked a lot in this program about a decade ago when we tried to do these sorts of comparisons, and there are many areas where Palo Alto has greatly differentiates itself in terms of the level and quality of services we provide. We are award-winning household hazardous waste facility with the reuse zone that we've added. A pretty major factor there is the fact that refuse rates in Palo Alto provide street sweeping services, weekly during leaf season and every other week during the rest of the year. That's an unusual level of service. There's our annual cleanup day service that we provide for residents. So those are some factors. Paula could probably say a few more things, but here's the table we also wanted to show you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I'm just going to respond to a few things from my colleagues first. Councilmember Stone asked about the community gardens at Eleanor Party Park, and we did receive a lot of emails, which was confusing. We chatted about this at Finance, and apparently on the list of Tier 2 reductions, which were not in the proposed budget, there was mention of a part-time coordinator for the community garden. So just want to assure you and the public that was not in the proposed budget. It is not in the tentative recommendation from the Finance Committee. And I would just second the city manager's suggestion that, graphs need to begin at 0 so we can get a better sense for what the bars actually mean. All right, well, we've certainly covered the environmental concerns. And I think I appreciate the Vice Mayor's suggestion that we work with other people. I do think we should be other jurisdictions. I do think we should be a leader, but I think it's pretty clear, having tried to do this a couple of years ago when we started this, trying to improve this, that we're not going to be able to do this on our own. That's where I am on that. I want to appreciate the fact that staff achieved a 10% reduction in the cost through negotiation. This is less expensive and it will represent a higher diversion rate. I do want to make one suggestion about the contract. So the At Places memo includes the table that's actually in the actual contract, which was linked to the staff report, but was not printed. And I know we're trying to save paper and, we're trying to recycle paper, et cetera. But this one actually is a really big contract. And there was a lot of very helpful information in the link, including, maps of how things work and overheads. And I learned a lot about that robotic arm. So I know it's always hard to know when we should print the whole contract and when we shouldn't, but there was some very helpful information in this contract. So it's something to think about for next time. I do appreciate the fact that Green Waste has some domestic markets for plastics, as opposed to our current sorter. The other thing is that we haven't talked about the length of this contract yet, but I do understand that the shorter term length that's available from this particular vendor is not available from the Smart Station. And then the other thing, just, for anyone following along at home, the staff always does provide sort of early in the staff report. In this instance, it's on page 4. There were 230 vendors notified, 16 were prospective proposers, 13 downloaded. And so there was 1 proposal received. I feel that staff did its usual comprehensive job trying to make sure that everyone who's capable of responding did. It is disconcerting to have the VMT increase, right, for the trucks to go further at the very end of the process when they actually have to get to a landfill. But I did read that it is less than significant once the calculations are done. So I just did want to flag that. I don't want people to be surprised, right, that essentially the very end product of trash is going to go further. And that's what I had on this topic. I appreciate the interest of so many in the community of not exporting our problems and understanding what happens and sort of a life cycle methodology. And I support that. But I don't think we can let the perfect be the enemy of the better here. And this appears to be better than what we have now. Thank you.
So I have some quick questions. We'll get some short answers. I'd like to make some comments as well. But I guess, could staff describe kind of the working relationship with Green Waste? What is their interest in knowing where materials end up, and how have they been to work with?
Paula, can you jump in on that?
Sure. Yeah, we have a good, excellent working relationship with both Green Waste of Palo Alto, and we've made some new connections through the negotiation process the last few months with Green Waste Recovery. And so Green Waste as a whole is very proactive. They have their own environmental goals to be sustainable, and they are prioritizing domestic markets, and which is why today they are sending plastics to most plastics to domestic markets. And in fact, they just recently sealed a longer 3-year term to send their plastics to this local market in Southern California.
Great.
Could I ask? Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just real quick, either Brad or Paula to expand a little bit on this issue of prior reporting and the extent to which Green Waste has been able, or if there's a rub with their ability to document final destinations.
Yeah, I mean, if I could maybe get to that at the end, that's okay. It sounds like part of it's a competitive issue that some of these processors don't want to reveal exactly where they ship their stuff. Why do we need an amendment to use a domestic processor? Is that because it increases the cost?
Yes, that's the reason.
Okay. And is Green Waste going to continue to use the Los Altos treatment plant site, or is that part of a different agreement, not part of this agreement?
It's part of a different agreement, not part of the agreement that's before you tonight.
Got it. Okay. And have they talked about considering electric trucks or cleaner vehicles since we are driving further? You know, are they focused on that part of the emission process?
Definitely. So for the collection part of it, they currently have 4 electric vehicles, and there are plans for 3 additional electric vehicles to be placed into the operation. In regards to the solid waste processing contract before you tonight, they are for the long haul vehicle between San Jose and the landfill. They are open to looking and exploring to make that vehicle electric should the technology become available.
Great. Well, we have an electric truck company in town now, so, but there's several. One of the speakers raised a question about whether we're still a green city and mentioned the Sierra Club, and I'd like to urge them to see my reply to that letter and the apology letter from the Sierra Club. I think, and I also want to thank staff for doing this. I think, you know, while a lot of this discussion is focused on the international aspect, this is a better alternative than our current solution, which is also exporting materials. And I have to say, my interactions with Green Waste, I found them to be a good partner. I think they're motivated to do the right thing. And while it's unfortunate, maybe we didn't get more bids, this contract saves us money, it recycles more material than our current agreement. And I like that they're using newer technology and investing in their business. So I'd like to see us just work together as partners to improve information about where all this material is ending up. I also just wanted to mention that I want to see us continue educating residents about keeping the recyclables clean and diverting as much as possible. We really can't stop doing that. I know we constantly do that, but it's worth a mention. And so this question about where our waste ends up is a challenging problem. I was really glad to see the App Places memo, and I support the comments from the Vice Mayor that these reports should come to Council. I think Council needs to understand that, you know, it's an issue, and the first part of that is measuring it, and hopefully we'll get better at it. But in the past, there hadn't been that many domestic processors, and hopefully we'll see a shift to more domestic processing and domestic manufacturing eventually. So I am curious if we could add some traceability goals to the contract, and again, really in a partnership way, not in a way that we would, you know, punish them for failing to meet any goals, but just we'd like to get them reported. And you know, and maybe we could just start to work together to add those kinds of metrics. So we've gone through one round of comments. I think we should get to motions. We have a couple more items tonight. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, I've got a couple comments, and I think I can offer a motion. So first, a question for Brad. When we were looking at the comparative rates, you mentioned several different services basically that are embedded in our rates that are not equivalent in the other cities. But also, I don't, from several years ago, we had a considerably higher recycling percentage of the total materials than other cities. We in San Francisco at that time were tops in the state. Do you know how we compare today to some of those other cities in terms of percentage of materials that are being recycled?
Ms. Borges is probably closer to those numbers than I am.
Okay.
Can you expand on what you mean by recycling numbers in comparison?
Percentage of total solid waste, including it was always the terminology was a diversion rate,
Okay.
which meant recycle weight out of the total mass.
I just wanted to double check that that was what you meant. So Palo Alto is currently at an 82% diversion.
And these other cities, do we know where they are?
I don't have the numbers in front of me. It's been a few months since I've last looked at them, but San Francisco is very comparable as well as,
Right. I'm more
Berkeley.
curious on these others that we were being compared to financially. Go ahead.
So Mountain View, Sunnyvale, San Jose, I mean, they are all environmental leaders as well. And they have in place their own zero waste plans. But I don't want to speak for, I don't have the numbers in front of me, so I don't want to speak.
Well, the reason I brought it up is in addition to the additional services that are embedded in our costs, at least previously we were recycling, basically diverting a higher percentage of our materials in those communities. They may now be more comparable. But when we look at our costs for our waste disposal, including recycling, those different sizes of containers kind of work inversely. So as we've upped the percentage of materials that we allow our community to recycle, the need for a black bin shrinks. My family has used a 20-gallon black bin for years when we had 2 kids at home, and so a 4-person household, and we had shrunk the size of our trash bin. We only get charged for the black bin, so we get charged the lowest amount. All those other categories are free. All the composting is free. All the mixed recycling is free. There's no charge in our bill for those. So it works that way, that the more we recycle, the less we have left over to pay to have disposed of, and we only get charged on that remainder. So Councilmember Tanaka's comparison, I think, is not informative to the public in the way he framed it. It's misleading to the public in the way he framed it. And I think it's a real injustice to what we're doing. So I'll leave that at that point. I also want to talk about briefly about that we should be looking at supporting this next legislative cycle. Our State Senator Becker has discussed the possibility of introducing legislation to spur this in-state or domestic recycling, and the 2 ways you can do that are perhaps in combination. You start a staging requirement that jurisdictions or recyclers must domestically recycle X% in different materials. You can set it up that way, and then a financial support program to spur the recycling industry, which would help California's green economy. So having said that, I'd move the staff motion with the following additions, and if staff clarifies on any of these not belonging appropriately in the motion at this time, I'm receptive to that. That we pursue with other cities to have green waste provide greater accounting of secondary markets that they utilize. Second, that we request the city manager to return with a revision to the contract that would authorize quick response to opportunities to utilize domestic mixed paper recycling. Third, that the green waste reports be provided to the public and the city council on a regular basis. And fourth, that we work with other cities in support of prospective legislation to spur domestic or in-state recycling. And City Attorney Stump, are those amendments okay?
I'll second that motion.
Oh, sorry, thank you. Yeah, sorry. Are those amendments okay under the way this item was agendized?
Clerk, can I see do you have a list there of what the Vice Mayor said?
We're trying to get it up there.
Yep, thank you.
I didn't mean to rush you.
That's all right.
I think it's D through G, I think, yeah.
I think it's with an amendment to authorize.
Yeah.
Certainly G is fine, F is fine. E, I wonder if the staff has a comment. That's intended to be an amendment to this contract that you're approving.
Yeah, I did want to ask about that because as we framed this, as I was saying last year when we were planning to bring this authority to the council, it was for the ability for the city manager to execute an amendment to the other green waste contract, right, Paula? The one that's for collection, composting, recycling, and construction and demolition.
So if I say to the appropriate contract, would that, is that still, since it's just directing to return, is that permissible under this agenda?
You know, the items that are general direction, so item D, F, and G are certainly fine. I think given that E was not prescriptive about the timing to do that, it's really a direction for the manager to pursue that amendment. I think that's okay too. Of course, an amendment requires mutual agreement to, with the other side. So there will be some process and then some time before that return. So I think that actually will work fine under this agenda item. Mr.
Can I make one more clarification from my part? As we had framed that before, because at the time we intended to bring that to council, we did not at that moment have an opportunity in front of us for this alternative location, where what we were bringing was an action whereby the council would give the city manager authority to enter into an amendment in the future up to some dollar threshold as an annual amount if an opportunity arose.
Right, that was the intention, where it was to authorize a quick response as opposed to approve a specific dollar amount. It might have a cap on it. I don't want to presuppose the exact structure of that amendment. Just to encourage staff to return with that is really the intention here.
If I could ask one more clarification, perhaps as much for staff as it is for the maker. Item D, does that relate to this contract or to the collection contract or other?
I'm suspecting it might be both. Would you say that's the case, Paula?
Yes, it would be both. So for example, yes, that's the short answer to your question.
Okay, so in that case, is it okay the way it's worded, or do we need to be more specific? Because it doesn't state only this contract. It's just
I view it as general. It's the general direction we're trying to move, and this is direction under either contract to pursue that.
Great, that's the way it was intended. Thank you. So I don't think I really need to say more. We've had a great discussion. I think staff's intentions and the community and the councils are well aligned. There may be frustrations that we can't get yet to where we want to be, but I think that we're moving in that direction, and I think this motion will help support that process.
Yeah, and I kind of wanted to say the same thing. I think this is a pragmatic motion. Again, I want to thank staff for what I think is an improvement over our current situation. And then I think just clarifying some of our policy desires. Hopefully, again, we're all aligned in this direction. Any council members want to speak to the motion? Councilmember Philseth.
Sure, just briefly. Seems like there's two questions before council tonight. One is green waste the right partner? And I think the staff's made a pretty compelling case that green waste is an improvement as a partner for a variety of reasons. And second is, you know, to make it really black and white, we can't really control what they do with waste, with plastic and mixed paper waste in countries on the other side of the world, right? The only thing we can control is where we send our waste. And so the question of, you know, if we can't verify recycling quality, including the effects that the vice mayor talked about, you know, should we landfill it instead? Doesn't seem like we have, a unilateral answer to that question. So it's the kind of thing we got to work with our partner, that being green waste. And so that seems like the two questions, and I think this motion captures that. Thanks.
Councilmember Koo.
Actually, I was going to state the same point that Councilmember Philseth made in point number 2. You know, I do have concerns that if the items that are being shipped and we don't really know what happens on the other end, and basically what using Councilmember Cormack's statement, exporting our problems, it is still something that I find that it is, I don't know the word, but it just does not, it's just not right shipping our things to somewhere else for them to handle, especially if they don't have the means to do it. And we don't know that they're actually doing the proper and the right thing. And I would like to see that if that's the case, then that perhaps that it does come back to council with a discussion of whether we should just keep it here and landfill it here. I feel like that's something that should return to council, and that might be an amendment that I would like to make. Friendly, if possible. Now it does return to.
So you said you might want to.
Yeah. I do want to.
So
I apologize.
Can you state more clearly what would be in the amendment?
The amendment would state that direct staff to return. I have all these boxes open. Direct staff to return with direct staff to return should green waste not if green waste cannot provide data or evidence that exported waste, solid waste, or recycles are not disposed correctly or environmentally friendly.
So we have a term of the contract, and it's a multi-year contract, but Brad, do we have a time point at which we could have these conditions by green waste expecting some fulfillment? How would we implement some of the things that are above? And if as Councilmember Koo is concerned, if there is a lack of evidence or a lack of implementation, how do we respond?
Yeah, it's hard to say what the appropriate time frame for considering a different action would be. We've got in the motion to provide council with the reports from Green Waste. So presumably at some point, we can bring those reports to council and discuss the progress that's being made with the different actions that are in the motion. Progress
Okay.
or lack thereof, if that was the case.
And then there would be the consideration to just landfill it here. You know, a lot of these countries that it's been exported to are not wealthy countries, and it just, you know, social justice and all that, it just does not seem right to be exporting to these countries when they're not disposing of it correctly.
Yeah, and I would say that a few years ago it was a worse condition. And so the international, first a number of these countries started refusing to take materials, and there's been some progress, but not enough, and not enough transparency as well. So my question though is, I'm not quite sure how we might implement. If the concept is, how do we respond and reevaluate what we're doing if Green Waste can't or won't provide some of what we're asking for? I think that's the gist of it. And so that's what I'm trying to get a response from staff on, so that we can consider whether to build into the motion a what if.
What I heard is we already have termination clause that would allow us to do that. So I'm not sure that I would accept this amendment tonight. I think again, our intention is clear, and
I'm not so much saying we want to terminate, you know, SMART program is probably also just as, you know, their export is probably just the same thing. I'm just saying that, you know, our waste companies kind of need to have more accountability and ensure that, you know, we're not shipping all our troubles to some other place. And if that's the case, then we should revisit what we need to do over here. At the same time, work with other cities on legislation to spur the, you know, item G. But we cannot just continue to be sending things overseas if Green Waste or other companies cannot provide that information.
So we've got that accountability in the other elements of the motion. What I think you were driving at is whether we build into the motion some response if they opportunity by the city and the city council if we don't receive the materials that we're seeking. So we already have that the D through, well, yeah, a D itself provides that, and a F gets it to the council and the public.
How about keeping our own recyclables here if they cannot prove that it's actually going to a safe grave?
So I don't think we're prepared to make such decisions at this time. I don't think any of us know that that's the correct environmental decision. It's a possibility. And so what I was open to was, you know, including a step that would allow us to re-examine the issue if we were not able to receive additional accounting. And that's what I'd be willing to accept in a motion.
I'll take that.
Okay, let me try then. If H, if we said if Green Waste is unable to provide additional secondary market accounting, staff would return to council to consider actions, open-ended.
Thank you.
Mayor, is that acceptable?
yeah, I think it's acceptable. Again, I think we're pretty clear about the policy direction we want. So hopefully staff will take that in the right way. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. This looks fine. I think it moves us forward without, it moves us in the right direction at the right pace. One thing we didn't really talk about very much when we were talking about mixed paper recycling and cardboard, I think there was sort of a general belief, that there was, we didn't talk about the fact that anytime you get things delivered, it's usually in a cardboard box. So when we're educating people, let's just remind them, you choose the one delivery day, it's kind of like when we used to tell people you should do your errands, like, batch your errands. We should be batching our deliveries too. So just throw that out as a public service announcement. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be supporting this. On environmental grounds, I have to agree that sometimes sending trash to other countries that can't really handle it, it goes to kind of. I'm not sure if you guys seen some of these documentaries of what happens when the trash gets to some of these countries and just the environmental disaster it causes. So I think it's very tragic, and I don't think I could support it like this. And it's also not true that we are the only city that bundles in other costs into our trash rates. I don't know where that came about, but we are certainly not the only ones. And then in regards to the small trash bin, I think the issue is that it's in some ways shifting the cost burden from families, right? Families that are, let's say, have 4 people in the household versus maybe empty nesters who only have 2, or people who are single who only have 1 or 2 people. And so and if you look at it, it's still like $50 versus like $34. And I know to most of you guys on council, this is not big money, but to some in the community, that this is meaningful. So I also disagree on that. And fundamentally, when we have fairly large contracts, I know we send the bids out, but I think we should try to actively, in order to get good rates, we have to negotiate. There has to be another bidding party, at least one other. So it'd be great to get actually 2 bids. So I think we just need to shop around, especially for these large contracts. We only have so much budget, and I think it's important for us to try to make our dollars go as far as we can, because we're looking at cutting services or cutting people or raising rates, and I just think we owe it to our constituents.
Councilmember Stone.
Mr. Mayor, I'll be supporting the motion. I agree with Councilmember Cormack's views that this isn't perfect, but it's better than the status quo. It's moving us in the right direction, and I haven't seen the fact that this is cheaper and better for the environment than at least our current provider, and from what else we're seeing out there. I think this is the right direction for the city to be taking.
Councilmember Filsa.
Yeah, I disagree with Councilmember Tanaka that we ought to stay with Smart Station.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and vote on the motion. I think I'm up first, and I vote yes. Councilmember Filsa.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
And Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
All right, so it passes on a 6-1 vote. We are running about 50 minutes behind. Let's move on to item number 8, which is a review of the fiber network expansion plan and fiber to the home business case. I believe staff has a pretty lengthy presentation on this tonight.
We do.
Yes.
Good evening.
Go ahead, Director Batchelor.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Du Bois, Council, Dean Batchelor, Director of Utilities. Tonight's staff, along with President and CEO of Magellan Advisors, John Honker, and VP of Digital Innovations, Jory Wolf, will present the completion of phases 1 and 3, which you all approved, which included a high-level design of the FTTH network, the expansion of the fiber backbone, the broadband market assessment, and they also developed the cost and revenue models and different deployment scenarios. John has over 20 years of experience in the broadband ISP market and is a key founder of Magellan Advisors. They are the go-to firm in municipalities, which is over 400 clients, 50 networks, over 1 million fiber connections. Mr. Wolf has over 35 years of experience in the information technology. He is moving to, prior to Magellan, worked for the city of Santa Monica, where he launched citywide Wi-Fi for free internet services to the public, into most of the major commercial transit corridors of the city. He created the Santa Monica City Net and 100 gigawatt megabyte to support the environment for local business and economy. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to John to start the presentation, and we'll go from there. So John.
Great, thank you, Director Batchelor, and it's a pleasure to see you, Mayor, and members of City Council. My name is John Honker, and with me I have Jory Wolf. Thanks for the introductions again, Director Batchelor. And what I thought we would do tonight is work through the presentation of the fiber business case and the fiber backbone development, which really is a combined effort to accelerate our work and our analysis over the last 6 to 7 months, which the result of which you'll see tonight in our presentation. We're going to try to keep this relatively short because I know there's going to be a lot of questions. This is a large undertaking. It's a big topic, and we want to leave plenty of room for time for questions from members of council. So what we're going to cover tonight is really section 1 of the presentation, talks about the fiber backbone expansion. And what do I mean when I say fiber backbone? I'm really talking about the core infrastructure, the core fiber infrastructure that the city has owned and operated over the past 25 years. And which has done, frankly, amazing things for the city of Palo Alto. We have a lot of exposure to California local governments, other cities that have either built or are building, as well as have built throughout the country. And you are one of the leaders in the industry. So congratulations for that. You've had the foresight to build that network over time, and it's done amazing things for the city and the community. So section 1 will talk about how the analysis that we've done and the way that you can expand that network to deliver more value to the community. Section 2 will talk about fiber to the home. So whenever you see this, the FTTH is short for fiber to the home, and that will really inform you of the business case analysis that Magellan's completed for expanding the network and bringing broadband to the greater population of Palo Alto. We'll then move into recommendations and next steps, which are really looking to move forward with the fiber backbone engineering and construction, developing a sort of a full business case for fiber to the home, or a full business plan for fiber to the home, where the city is potentially operating and is the provider of fiber to the home services. Completing the community education and engagement. This is a big topic, and it's an important citywide topic. So we will be engaging with your staff to drive the education down to the residents and the businesses of Palo Alto, listen to them, understand their needs, and then basically come back to you with a very detailed understanding of broadband demand, the needs of businesses and residents in Palo Alto for high-speed internet and related services. Completing the engineering design for the backbone and for fiber to the home, a detailed plan for the city-operated ISP model, and finally, as part of that community engagement, the broadband surveys, which really drive the overall business plan for broadband. So we'll tackle the fiber broadband backbone expansion first because it's a little shorter and it's a little more concise. So let's look back 25 years when the city's fiber backbone was originally built to connect city facilities and provide some fiber out there for leasing. You know, the backbone was never envisioned for the uses that you have today. 25 years later, the backbone is creating great benefit for the city, which you can see here on the right-hand side. What was originally intended to just connect city facilities now generates almost $4 million in annual revenue, has netted the city a $30 million reserve fund, connects all city facilities and CPAU substations, as well as water, traffic signals, schools, business parks, and you have over 220 business customers. So when we look at the benefit that it's brought to the city, it's far beyond what was originally envisioned. And now it's an opportunity for you to reinvest in that asset, expand that asset for new opportunities to as we know, the requirements for cities to connect more things in their communities is growing ever so fast. So our scope was really to help you understand how this network could be utilized as you look at expansion. Where are the city's needs and what are those city's needs for fiber, and how do we look at that going forward to really equip the city with the right kind of communications infrastructure that will support its service to the citizens. And we put these in 4 buckets: utility modernization. And I'm sorry, but through this process, we met with all of your departments to really understand each one of their needs and really build a map. That's what we do, is build a comprehensive map of all the locations that need fiber connectivity and then design the network based on that. So we put this into 4 buckets. 1, utility modernization. So the new network really will help support smart grid and energy and electricity reliability and resiliency overall. It will support your current AMI efforts. So as you're looking to now deploy AMI, the fiber backbone will become a major factor in helping you reduce cost and also getting connectivity closer to the end user, closer to the resident and the meter. And finally, being able to manage generally your electric plant resources. Smart city infrastructure, right? When we look at cities that are building fiber networks and that they use them for a million different things. So when we look at the city's infrastructure and the expansion, there's opportunities to connect city IT, parks. We have opportunities for emergency preparedness, expansion of access to education, right? For residents that may not have access, or for neighborhoods around schools, access could always be enabled very, very easily. For public safety, transportation, and smart parking. So these really we all call smart city applications, and we see those growing daily, and have really inventoried the programs that Palo Alto is looking at in the future. Commercial fiber leasing is the 3rd bucket, right? You have, like I mentioned before, over 220 customers on dark fiber now. This gives you a expanded capacity and expanded fiber to be able to support more fiber leasing for businesses, to help you drive economic development, and frankly, to lower the cost of doing business in Palo Alto, right? It creates an opportunity to bring more fiber at lower costs to potential existing commercial tenants and new commercial tenants. And then finally, fiber to the home, right? When we look at the opportunities to use and leverage this new fiber backbone to lower your costs of building out for fiber to the home, they're significant. Almost by investing in the fiber backbone, we see about a $4 to $5 million reduction in the future costs of bringing fiber to the home to your residents. And this is what we think about. So when you're designing a fiber backbone, you're expanding. And this is, for example, in Boulder, Colorado, where I live. This is what we're helping the city do right now, right? They're overbuilding, what we call overbuilding, or expanding their existing backbone, and they're optimizing it for broadband to be able to provide fiber to the home at lower costs. Similar to what Boulder's doing, your new backbone will create a foundation for fiber to the home that gives you flexibility on how you deploy, if you decide to deploy. And it also gives you flexibility in how you do that in an incremental fashion versus without having this network available. So this is always an important slide, because the fiber backbone becomes a foundation, which as you add capital to it, it allows you to grow your fiber to the home services as you want to. And then it also allows you to develop the right business model for actually providing that service out to the community. So this is just a snapshot of the new fiber to the backbone, or the new fiber backbone expansion. So the white outline is the city of Palo Alto. The red lines are the fiber backbone, the new fiber backbone that'll be built. So as you can see, it penetrates pretty evenly throughout the major corridors of the city. And it was designed this way on purpose because it really helps one, helps you, all of your departments have access along major thoroughfares to connect more sensors, to connect more applications, but then it also brings much needed capacity to of the electric or CPAU to connect all of the substations, smart switches, AMI, everything in the field that they have to manage the electric utility. So this is about 43-mile backbone total with dedicated fibers for every department, also for fiber leasing, and a reserve of fiber connectivity for fiber to the home if you choose to do that in the future. And that reserve comes at almost a very small marginal cost that's built into the overall costs for the backbone. So this is an overview of the costs. As we went through this with the UAC on our last April 21st presentation, we reviewed the costs in detail and agreed that these were relevant costs for Palo Alto. Construction is expensive in Palo Alto. That is a known fact. And we spent significant time vetting your construction costs for both the underground and the aerial components of the network, as well as fiber, construction, conduits and structures, patch panels, and so on. Our subtotal on labor is about 17 million, with about $1 million in materials, leading to about an $18 million total capital investment for the 43-mile fiber backbone. That will connect about 200 different devices out in the field from day one. And it will also then be able to incrementally connect more city sites, facilities, and devices as you grow over time and as you need to connect more. We've also included about a 20% construction contingency on the build. We feel that that's very reasonable given the deep level of due diligence we did on the costing. So the total backbone cost is about 22 million with that $3.7 million contingency. So this really represents the first piece of the network. And as we look at it back at this, so for the 22 million, effectively, the city would be getting its entire existing backbone effectively rebuilt, but also diverse from that backbone. And it would what we call densify fiber access across Palo Alto, meaning it's easier to connect businesses. It's easier to connect residents when the time comes. It's easier to connect CPAUs, substations, and other devices to the network. So this really becomes a very, very long-term asset that the city can potentially use for, again, another 25 years if we start projecting into the future. So this covers the first portion of the presentation. I wanted to stop there, maybe if it makes sense, just to ask any immediate questions. We'll have plenty of time for Q&A at the end, but before we leave the backbone, are there any questions we can answer, Mayor and members of council?
Anybody have a quick question on the backbone? I guess I have just one is, what if we didn't do any work? Like, what's the state of the current backbone?
So the current backbone is really running low on capacity. We did a full inventory of your network with the CPAU staff, and we found that there's congestion on the network. When we say congestion, there's very few fiber strands left. There's very little fiber capacity left. So if you want to do anything new, it's very difficult to do that. And it also creates a risk to the current services that are out there today. So for example, if you wanted to go connect a new business to the network, you would run the risk of actually potentially disrupting services on the existing network because there's so little capacity and because it's so congested and so tight. So we want to be very careful, adding any new services to the network. And the goal of this backbone would be to sort of build fidelity into the existing network, remove some of those capacity constraints, and then give you new capacity that you can use for the future.
That's Mayor Burt.
Yeah, two questions on the backbone. I'm particularly interested on what you've talked about on how this would essentially strengthen the backbone of our existing dark fiber network, which is to serve businesses and primarily larger businesses. And I hadn't appreciated until reading this report that we're nearing the capacity of that system. So is there a revenue likelihood increase in revenue from this backbone from being able in the near term to provide greater capacity on the commercial side even before we're able to then use that as the basis to build out to the premises, fiber to the home as you've described it?
Yeah, absolutely, Vice Mayor Burt. And there's basically anywhere there's fiber, new fiber coming in, that's an opportunity to be able to sell into the business community along those routes at a lower cost. So we were very conservative when we projected the financial, and we only looked at growing your revenue 2% a year, right, on top of what you're getting today. So it's a very modest amount, but over 10, 15 years, it compounds, and that creates a great revenue stream for the city on top of what you're getting today. So absolutely, it gives you the ability to serve more customers at a lower cost, even before considering fiber to the home.
And my next question, I don't know if it's you or our Utilities Director Batchelor who can best answer this, but what you described about enabling essentially smart grid related enhancements to our electric utility, do we have the potential to increase the reliability of our electric utility system as a result of having this broader band capability?
John, you want me to go, or you can go first?
Yeah, I can go. I can talk about the reliability. So as we look at the network, it creates, part of our the design, Vice Mayor Burt, is really to fortify the substation connectivity to make sure that substations are totally connected to each one, and there's really a very high level of redundancy, so that if there was a fiber cut or a communications failure at one, you would have almost instant restoration of service, versus what today you may have lower levels of reliability. But absolutely, we would see that as being an opportunity to improve reliability.
Vice Mayor Burt, if I could add to that, please. Also, too, is that, as John mentioned earlier, getting fiber deeper into the neighborhood portions of it would allow us to start looking at some of these new technologies around smart transformers. Also, too, the launching of smart grid is going to help us with our reliability, since now we'll be able to look at everybody's meter. We'll know exactly where the outage occurs within a block period of time. If we decide not to redo the backbone, we would end up having to do some cellular backhauling then at that period of time. That would cost us some additional dollars, where if we utilize the backbone, the new backbone portion of it, the 5 collectors that have been identified that will need to be put into the systems could be ran off of those new fiber portions.
Thank you.
Let's continue.
Okay, great. So we're going to switch gears a bit and talk through the fiber to the home business case. So when we say fiber to the home, we can use that synonymously with broadband and high-speed internet for the purposes of tonight's meeting. So how do we got here? And what are the problems? And I think, as we work with cities, we see this has become such a important issue as COVID's changed the way that we live, work, and play, right? I mean, we see this in almost every city that we work with now, where they have sort of come to the realization that, hey, this is not a luxury anymore. Our residents and our businesses have to have equitable access to high-speed internet, and they have to have it across the city, right? And the question becomes then, one, is that equitable access available? 2, do they have choice? And 3, are the prices affordable given the fact that there are only a very small amount of providers, and in some cases, a monopoly? And finally, what are some additional benefits that citizens and businesses would derive from broadband in Palo Alto? These are all questions that we wanted to answer in the business case, and we think are very, very important for you to consider as you're evaluating the opportunities for fiber to the home. So if we look on a national scale, and this map was just updated in November of last year, this is what the market looks like right now for fiber to the home and for cities that have some type of fiber to the home service. The icons in yellow illustrate cities that have are providing fiber to the home today. The icons in blue and purple show areas like Palo Alto, where today you're providing a dark fiber network, right? A fiber to businesses, to commercial entities, but you're not providing retail services over them. So if we look at the distribution of those networks, as I mentioned, 63 of them in the market today, the city is providing ISP services directly. These are cities like Fort Collins in Colorado, Chattanooga in Tennessee, Bright Ridge or Johnson City Energy in Tennessee as well, and Longmont in Colorado. City provides all services and provides customer support, operations, and management of retail internet services. There are 286 where the city is a wholesale provider similar to Palo Alto, and there are 71 partner ISPs, meaning where the city owns fiber infrastructure and the partner is providing some internet services, but not, let's say, not citywide. And in a lot of these partner models, we've seen there's a limited amount of the city that internet's being provided, meaning it's not citywide generally. So what does the business case answer? What were we trying to solve? What was the problem we were trying to solve in the business case? One, obviously understanding the benefits. What are the costs and what advantages and disadvantages drive those costs? Are there ways that we can reduce the costs for broadband to bring fiber to the home to Palo Alto? What are the minimum take rates needed? Meaning how many Palo Altans need to sign up for service to make it sustainable? And then what scenarios would result in a feasible business case for you? So over the past 6 months, we've worked with your staff and the UAC to really vet a number of different business cases, which we'll present here in the next 15 to 20 minutes, and what the summary of those business cases were and how we've all really come to consensus on the best options for Palo Alto. There are two real business models that exist for you. And think about the baseline of these, or the foundation of these, being the city's fiber to the home network, right, that you would potentially build. So the foundation is the city has to invest in the infrastructure, right? We've seen in the past, it's very difficult to get partners to come to the table and invest. So the de facto standard is the city needs to own the fiber to the home infrastructure to achieve its goals if it wants to bring sort of citywide equity to the internet market. But on top of that, there are two options, right? The city could provide services directly, or a partner could provide services, meaning that the city owns and operates, or the city leases the network to a partner who fulfills all the retail duties. And when we look at that and the advantages and disadvantages of both, when we look at the city ISP, it's total control, meaning the city does everything. The city also takes all the risk because the city has no partner. There's no operational partner. The city will build that from scratch, meaning you'll be responsible for customer service, operations, call center, engineering, sales and marketing, and all the other functions that come with running an internet service provider. So some of the disadvantages are on the startup, there's higher execution risk. The culture is not typically accustomed to operating in that environment. There may be some higher operational debt structure or cost structures, and there could be a possible impact to the debt rating. But when we look at these in the lens of the financial, and we'll go through this momentarily, we find that some of those risks sort of are teased out and are not so negative in Palo Alto's case, and we'll show you why. In the partner ISP model, again, the city doesn't have to, the aspect of the partner ISP model is the city doesn't have to provide service, right? It doesn't have to staff, it doesn't have to provide retail, customer service, et cetera. So in this case, effectively, you're providing the infrastructure that an ISP will come in and operate on and take all of the retail services, ISP services that they'll need to provide internet to the citizenry. As we look at this, again, you lose control. Some of the disadvantages are you lose control because you're making the majority of the capital investment still, because as you look at the fiber to the home, the most of the cost is in the plant, right? It's in building the network. So 85 to 90% of the cost is just like in your electric plant. It's in building the network, which the fiber is effectively almost a duplication of your electric plant. So the city is responsible for most of the capital investment, but it loses control of the destiny of that capital because it's shifted that to the partner. Some of the other concerns we've seen with that model, the partner model, is one, it's relatively new. There's very few cities that operation is happening in today. And it's happening generally in smaller cities, say under 20,000. We haven't seen that create the risk, or we haven't seen that happen in cities the size of Palo Alto yet. So when we look at what are some important factors for the city to consider in fiber to the home, one is rates, right? When we completed our market analysis on the rates, we found that the city can be competitive with the existing providers in the market and generally be 5 to 10% less expensive, right? As long as it meets its take rates, which we'll go through in a moment. So for example, for the gigabit service, right, 1 gigabit to the home, competitors in Palo Alto offer that at either 95 or 83. It's not widely available. And the city could offer it in the range of 85, right, and be very competitive. For the next speed tier down, so gigabit's always the gold standard. If we go down to a lower tier, this would be sort of your mid-tier package, 600 megabit. Competitor one offers it at $85 a month. Palo Alto could offer that at $75 a month, right, and make the financial model work. And the lowest tier, right, for the less power user, someone who's not as inclined but still needs good connectivity, doesn't want to pay as much, that typical rate in the market today for competitor one is 45, for competitor two is 59. So the city could potentially come in on par at 45. So as we went through and developed multiple financial models for fiber to the home for the city, we wanted to test the rates that you could potentially charge against the market to make sure that they're in line or potentially slightly lower, because we see that as a big opportunity for the city. If we can offer slightly lower rates than the market, that creates a good opportunity. So that's really the crux of the market assessment, is really to look at those prices. As we look at take rates, this is really important. And what this slide is showing is Palo Alto broken down into about 60 smaller what we call fiber zones, right? This would actually sort of think about this in terms of your electric utility and how your grid is broken up, between substations covering different neighborhoods. So we like to slice and dice the city to determine fiber zones where fiber deployment would occur and look at the costs of those areas compared to one another. And what this map does is it illustrates for you kind of an overview of the the areas where your take rates could be low, meaning that those areas are less costly to build, versus take rates versus areas where you'll need higher take rates to warrant that investment, right? So for example, the greens show you areas, the best case scenarios to build, right? The areas that are lowest in cost to build throughout the city. The areas in blue are the next lowest cost, meaning they have higher take rates, but still reasonable, between 30 and 50% of residents taking service. And then the yellows are much more expensive and require higher take rates above 50%. Now, this is all a function, again, of how much underground construction would need to be done in these areas versus aerial. So when we look at the difference between the two, the aerial construction rates are in the $15 per foot range, while your underground construction rates are almost $100 a foot. So anywhere we have aerial infrastructure creates a better opportunity to build. Anywhere there's underground, it's more expensive. But if you wrap this into the whole, and you look at this across the entire city, there's still a good opportunity to build with take rates in the 32% range, meaning that the city can create a sustainable business by getting effectively 1/3 of the residents to sign up for service.
John, can I, for just 1 second? John,
sure.
John, I'm sorry. Can you make your slides just a little bit larger, please?
Let me take it out of presentation mode and let's see if we can just zoom in more.
All right, great.
Is that any better?
I think that's a little bit better.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And if anyone has trouble reading, we can also pull up the larger maps, so that might help. So again, what this is intended to show is really that construction costs and overall take rates vary throughout the city. And one dimension you can think about this in is, where do you build first versus where do you build later? Whenever you're considering a fiber to the home project, there's a balancing act between building in the least expensive areas first versus maybe building where there's the greatest digital divide, where residents don't have access. So it's got to be a balancing act between the two. One, to make sure we have good financial sustainability as we're building and we're getting good take rates, but two, to make sure that the community is served across Palo Alto as you're building out. So as we went through this analysis on costing, we came to these numbers, and I'm actually going to put it back in presentation mode because I think can everyone see that well from the Palo Alto side?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, great. So really, these are the costs for fiber to the home under both the city ISP and the partner ISP models. We wanted to evaluate both of them side by side to give you an understanding of what the total capital cost would be, and then what the underlying financial sustainability would be. So we're going to first go through the capital costs. So the fiber feeder distribution network, so think about that as your electric distribution network. It's very similar. It aggregates customers across neighborhoods, and it's the most costly. It is the bulk of your construction. So in both scenarios, whether the city's providing service or the partner is, you're looking at about 70 million in those fiber construction costs. Again, I mentioned before that building the new fiber backbone is going to save you about $4.5 million on that because of the efficiencies we get building extra capacity into the backbone. It helps you reduce your overall cost for fiber. So the revised number is about 66 million for the fiber plant. Now, in addition to that, just like you have in electric, you have service drops, right? From the right of way to your house. So fiber drops are exactly the same. And in this case, we have a $9 million capital expense for fiber drops if the city's providing service, and a $12 million if the partner's providing service. We used a slightly higher take rate on the partner because they may be able to ramp up more quickly, which would lead to more fiber drops being built to homes. The other categories are really data centers, data center installation, and home equipment and installation. There are some differences in there, but these net out to basically a capital cost of about $86 million for the city. And if the city were going to provide services directly, and $80.5 million if the partner was going to provide services. So as we look at these costs, what we wanted to also do then is figure out how a project like this could be financed. And to your benefit, some of the existing funding that you have from the current fiber fund could easily be leveraged and added to this. So for example, in both models, we have the capital expenses. So total of 85 million for the city ISP, 80 million for the partner ISP. And we also need some set aside for working capital. And when we say working capital, we mean all those startup expenses that you have to incur before the revenues can cover expenses. So staffing, systems, operations, internet, wholesale internet content from the internet. All of those initial expenses you need to cover the first 2 years of operation. So in the city model, because you're hiring, you're spending more on staff and you're staffing up internally, you're looking at about 12.5 million for the city for working capital, and about 6 in the partner model, because in the case of the partner, they're taking responsibility for most of those activities. So it gives us a total funding of 98 million for the city and then 86 for the partner. As we worked through this with your staff in the UAC, we looked at the opportunities to use existing funding to bring down the total borrowing costs, right? So the fiber fund has an existing $30 million in it. So one use of that could be to fund both the backbone and fiber to the home with that funding. So for example, if the backbone was funded, or a portion of the backbone was funded, there would be a 17,500,000 left for fiber to the home. There's also a special projects reserve in electric that could be utilized as a loan to the fiber to the new fiber to the home project and paid back over a 10-year period, which we built into the financial model. And that gives you a total available funding of 32.5 million for, depending on which way you want it to go, either retail or a partner. So that brings our funding down, right? What new borrowings would be reduced to about 66 million for the city owned and operated model, and about 53 million for the partner model. As we looked at this, and we looked at the financials for the two models, we quickly realized there were more opportunities on the city ISP model for the city to provide services directly and control the environment, and also potentially reap better financial rewards than if it were going to go out and partner. But to do that, the city would have to take on new operations, really effectively build a broadband business. And cities do this, right? There's 71 of them out there across the US that have done it and have been successful at it. But as you're doing that, it doesn't mean you have to insource everything. And we find a lot of cities that decide, hey, we'll outsource some of our work and some of our services with strategic vendors where we need to, and we'll insource where our core functions are. So as we took a look at operations of a Palo Alto internet business, these are basically the insourced versus outsourced options. So things like your customer service, you have existing customer service agents that can be cross-trained to some degree to support internet. Billing, finance, field services, sales and marketing, and engineering all become really core functions, some of which you do today, some that you really would need to insource because it's a core function like sales and marketing. But there's a number of other things that could be outsourced in terms of network engineering, network design, installations, and maintenance. A lot of cities outsource that today at a lower cost than they internalize it because the overheads are frankly a lot lower. So as you're considering this, think about, the city as being the provider doesn't necessarily mean everything has to be in-house. There's a number of strategic vendors out there that can assist on these operational roles. I'm going to skip over to this slide. As we look at the financial model, effectively, the goal was to really look at an overall 20-year build. And this is a slice of the pro forma that shows the first 5 years of operating performance, as well as a snapshot at year 10, 15, and 20. Fiber projects are long-term. Your financing, if you're bonding for a fiber project like this, you're looking at 20 to 25 to 30 years. One of our customers, the city of Lehigh in Utah, which is about the same size as Palo Alto. They own their own electric utility, high-tech community, very progressive. Just bonded $64 million for their project on a 25-year note at 2.75%. So there's a number of active financings going on in fiber to the home today. This P&L really shows you the cumulative revenues. And I mentioned, for example, the existing fiber revenues growing at 2%. So we would see those as contributing to the overall fund, and this becoming sort of an expansion of the fiber business itself, right? Because the fiber business is already netting 2 million, which can help you leapfrog into fiber to the home more easily and borrow less. So we add those existing revenues to fiber to the home revenues over time, which grow to about 10 million, assuming a 32% take rate in the market, meaning 32% of your residents and your businesses take service from the network, giving us a total revenue projection all in at sort of a steady run rate of about 11 million, growing about $1 million a year after that with the fiber revenue and additional connections. If we jump down to our debt service, we made an assumption of the debt service being a straight line 20-year bond at 2.5 or 2.5%, which would be paid starting the first year of fiber to the home operations. So you've got about a $3.3 million debt service carry. And then we also have our repayment of the special project reserves for back to electric. And it gives us a cumulative fund balance here. And you see, we have some negatives in it, but we're carrying a positive fund balance every year. And our tightest years are, of course, years 3 and 4, which is typical. The first couple of years, you're always going to be upside down, meaning your expenses are going to be higher than your revenues. And we have a good amount of working capital here, the 12.5 million, to be able to cover that shortfall to keep you above water. And again, this includes that 20% contingency on construction costs and operating costs. So we feel that it's a very conservative estimation, especially given the fact that most cities that are out there are achieving take rates of between 40 and 50% versus the 32 that we model. We like to be very, very conservative in the financial analysis to make sure that as we're going, as you're building, it's not just about how many customers want to take service, right? It's not what the surveys say and the market analysis says. You also have to execute on the plan as the city and be able to execute successfully. So as we look at all those factors in determining take rates and demand, we really try to ratchet back the number of subscribers to present a realistic scenario, but a conservative scenario. So this really, to simplify that P&L, this is what your fund balance would look like if you implemented fiber to the home, again, at that 32% take rate. So you see here, our fund balance gets down to about $1 million, but we start to grow after we get through the first 4 years of operations. And then the network then starts to throw off about 3 to 4 million a year in perpetuity. And you'll always have additional connections coming in from customers as you're starting to grow the network over time. But the first 3 or 4 years is really a determining factor in meeting those higher take rates. Once you hit that 32%, it usually takes you 3 to 4 years. This is the same financial analysis that we did for the partner ISP. So we ran 2 side-by-side financial models to understand what the delta would be between the city providing fiber to the home itself versus letting a partner do it. You can see the graph and the cash flow, or let's say the ending year fund balances, are still positive, but our ending year numbers at years 10, 15, and 20 are considerably lower than they are in the retail model. So for example, at year 20, you're at $47 million fund balance. With a partner, you're at 71, with if you're providing services directly. So it's almost a $30 million delta between the two, but the investment required by the city is only about 10 less with the partnership. So, city ISP always generates higher returns for the city. Given the fact that we're not as concerned about the financial returns, those funds can be utilized again to reduce costs, right? Reduce pricing to residents, create low income programs for disadvantaged Palo Altans, or reinvest into new network services and new provider services. So, as we go through this and we developed the business case, we shared the key risks with the UAC, right? What are the key risks that the city would face, focusing mostly on the retail model because there are more risks but there are more opportunities to mitigate those risks at the same time because you're in control of them. So the key risks, as we always see them, are one, retail prices, keeping retail prices competitive and minimizing price erosion for the city. Take rates, as we talked about, one, making sure that the city is selling a quality service and providing it efficiently and serving the customer, right? Operating costs, identifying what operating costs can potentially be outsourced and trying to offset any operating costs that may have a very high overhead attached to it. And of course, construction costs. And I thought this was interesting because as we worked with the team, we actually reviewed current construction rates with contractors in Palo Alto. So we went out to about 6 different leading fiber to the home, or I should say fiber construction contractors, to really get pricing from them that we based our engineers' estimates on, but also to ask them, how do they feel about fiber builds and construction in Palo Alto, and why are prices high? They gave us a good summary, and you have this summary as well, but they said there are definitely some issues to consider that would help reduce those prices, such as increasing permitting and locate resources, making sure that blanket permits are available, increasing construction workday hours, and making sure the permitting process overall is very smooth, because these are large projects, and there's this in this case it would be a potentially citywide project. We also went through a number of sensitivity analyses as we went through both the city ISP and the partner ISP version. There's a lot more detail behind these, but this is just an example of break-even sensitivity looking at take rates. So as we looked at your financial model and tried to assess where your break-even take rates were, as well as your ultra positive take rates, we found that 24% is really a break even for the network. Again, you can see here, this is effectively showing you the amount of cash in the funds at the end of the year at the different take rates. So you can see at the 24%, we're still a little negative, right? And meaning that the utility or the broadband business needs some cash. But as we grow above that, even at 30%, we're above the zero line, 35% higher, 40% higher, and 45% higher. So we went through this analysis on take rates, pricing, and a number of other factors, just so you can understand the sensitivity, and all that data is sort of behind this presentation. So summing it up, I think as we worked through the business case, we came down to this slide, which I think for you is the most important slide, right? Again, we talked about, well, the city, needing to invest in the fiber to the home network itself and the infrastructure. Then it just becomes a question of whether the city provides services over that or the partner does. And in the city case, again, $66 million in new funding, with a $71 million fund balance over the 20-year period versus $54 million in new funding and a $47 million balance over the 20-year period. So financially, there's a there's a better opportunity on the city ISP side, and it gives you full control over pricing, customer quality, and future services, versus the partner side where you have no control over those, right? You're investing the capital, but ultimately the partner is responsible for providing those services. And if you're investing a significant amount of money, we've seen most cities say, I want to be in control. If I'm going to invest and I'm going to be investing in the community, I want to have control over the outcomes. We also looked at, because we know that taking on new debt is a sensitive topic, so we also looked at alternative funding opportunities. And I'm going to go a little quicker through this one because I know we're getting short on time. But could the city deploy fiber to the home without taking on new debt, which would mean building out over a longer period, reinvesting excess revenues from the system back into the expansion, and then potentially utilizing more companion projects such as undergrounding, electrification, wherever you can to reduce construction costs. So we did a similar, this is a very detailed engineering analysis of where you could build and how you could build and how much time it would take to really cover the city. And we found that in the first 3 years, you could cover about 12,000 households, about 550 businesses. Then you'd have to take a break, right? You could build that portion, and then the years 4 through 10, you could cover another 7,000 households and about 500 businesses. Then there would still be some households at the end that wouldn't have service because these were the most expensive to build. So we really oriented this map toward, hey, what can we do with the money, right? With the funding that we have, what's the best use of that, and how can we connect the most potential residents to drive revenue and then reinvest that revenue back into more expansion? So that's really how the map's oriented. You see the areas in green are the areas you would build first in years 1 through 3, followed by the yellow areas 4 through 10. And then you have the red areas, which are the most expensive to build, which we'd have to find another solution for, right? That could either be, again, the city accelerates funding, or you look for companion projects that can reduce cost, but it still becomes a pretty large part of the city, right? The whole center of town, the south, and some of these enclaves in the south side of town. So to summarize that model, if you were, let's say, the no bonding model, the results are that the city could reach about 70% of all homes and businesses with no bonding. It gives you a deployment to about 46% of the total community. You would have services available in the first 3 years to those areas, and again, that 32 million in total funding for that. So you would effectively use the existing funding streams that you have from the fiber business, right? The 2 million in revenue, plus the electric projects reserve and the existing fiber fund. So what's left over, about 7,000 homes and 209 businesses. These are the most expensive to build with a lower density or higher underground, which still requires another $38 million in capital expenses. So again, this still creates a non-equitable issue. It does get you service to a good chunk of homes and businesses, but it still leaves a large gap at the end of 10 years to reach those 7,000 homes. As we talked through this with UAC, it wasn't particularly the recommended model, but it was an alternative. Again, as we developed this business case per guidance from the city, we wanted to kind of encapsulate all of the options financially and determine which ones could be alternatives for the city to consider. So to summarize, the new debt option is 100% build out to all homes and businesses over 5 years for the 66 million. The no debt option is built out to effectively 13,000 homes and businesses in the first 3 years, and then another 7,500 homes in over the next 7 years, right? The years 4 through 10, and then alternative strategies to refund the remaining. So we wanted to boil this down into saying, hey, if it's a debt funding issue, then here are the two options, and those are the ones most important to consider. Finally, one of the next steps in the project will be to, our lights just went off here. Sorry. One of the next steps as we look at our, excuse me 1 second. Let me turn the lights back on.
For the record, John is not in Palo Alto. Maybe it should be.
Yeah. There we go. Okay. So again, this covers the really those options. So as you're thinking about this, think about really the citywide option as the opportunity to provide services as a retail ISP versus partnership. I think our professional recommendation is the city ISP model makes the most sense for Palo Alto, given the benefit of total control, a similar capital investment to the partnership, and higher financial returns. We see most cities building out and using that model and being successful with that model because, again, it gives them the best control of the community. And at the end of the day, their drivers are really to improve services to the community in any way they can. And they find that the best results come through that. As we looked at the next recommendations, as we went through the final analysis with the UAC, a number of recommendations came out of that model or of those meetings. And those recommendations are here. One is to really approve and direct staff to pursue the build out of the fiber backbone. So it will support fiber to the home and also perform the following tasks basically by the end of the first quarter next year. One is to really combine the two phases of our scope that we have with you now, which is the fiber to the home engineering and the fiber backbone engineering, which will give you ground truth costs for the final network that would be deployed. The backbone would happen starting immediately and be complete. The engineering for that would be completed sort of in the December timeframe, followed by the fiber to the home, which would be completed sort of the end of first quarter of 2022. The next item is really to complete residential and commercial broadband surveys in conjunction with the work that staff has been doing on community engagement so far. You have a number of engagement initiatives going on, and the fiber to the home engagement would layer into that. We would want to integrate into it and also really work with your communications team to, 1, educate, 2, survey, and 3, really garner interest in fiber to the home from citizens and businesses. The next item is really creating completing a risk and mitigation analysis of the city ISP model. Think of that as developing more of a business plan for fiber to the home to identify how the city would actually go about building and managing a broadband utility. And then E is determining the best financing model along with any grants that may be available. And we've seen significant amounts of grant funding coming out from the Biden administration so far this year. We expect those to increase over the next 12 months. And almost every agency that is getting funding is building some broadband component into their programs. So we never see grants as a silver bullet for funding these kinds of networks. And we realize Palo Alto is not eligible for lots of grants, but we believe there may be a few that will help contribute to the overall process. So we'll be our vice president of grants, who's in Washington, and has worked for the federal government for 27 years now. She'll be working with your team to identify any and all grants that are out there. And the final items are really to approve and direct staff to establish a city-operated ISP model within 5 years, and then finally to accelerate and complete the community education engagement regarding FTTH, which I had mentioned before. So that really reviews the recommendations for next steps, and that finishes our presentation. So I'm sure there's a million questions. I'd love to open it out to the mayor and members of council.
Yes, John, thank you for going through that. I know we have some members of the public who've been waiting a long time. So I'm going to suggest we go to the public, and then we come back and take a break, and then we'll start with the council questions at that point. But City Clerk, could you go to the public, please?
Yes, Mayor Du Bois. Any member of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand at this time. We will take hands until the first speaker finishes. Our first speaker is Don Jackson, to be followed by Andy Poggio. Don, go ahead. It's your turn. You've got 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I was hoping to share some slides here, but I guess that's not going to happen. I'm an outgoing UAC commissioner, served on its budget subcommittee this year, so I spent many hours contributing to the plans you heard tonight. Again, I was going to show you a slide, can't do it. So I had basically a 1-slide summary that I sent to email to the staff and to the public, summarizing everything that Magella said in 1 slide. And then I was going to show you the options the UAC on that slide the UAC chose, but can't do that. So now I'm going to take off my commissioner hat and offer you some personal opinions. A frequent question that's asked of municipal broadband networks is if they need to provide television or telephone service. My answer is an emphatic no. There's a clear trend towards direct-to-consumer offerings by all the major video content providers and sports leagues, and there are many well-established voice-over internet telephone providers. Finally, I question why the upfront capital cost of a municipal fiber network is being held to a standard of profitability, a standard we do not apply to our streets, the new public safety building, or our libraries. That being said, the projections do seem to show that the fiber internet service should become cash flow positive in around 10 years, so the costs are reasonable and manageable. I urge council to proceed with both fiber projects and to begin the process of raising funds so we could begin the build out starting next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. We will no longer be taking speaker hands. Our next speaker is Andy Poggio, to be followed by Lauren Smith, and then Subud Leininger. Andy, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. So first, I'd like to say that please do not try to assess public interest in FTTH until you've completed a successful community awareness and marketing effort. This is just what Magellan suggests. It's the only way to get an accurate assessment. No surveys until you've gone out to the community with education. Next, there was an article on PA Online and FTTH, and the article was so inaccurate. Wouldn't be at all surprised if it was commissioned by AT&T or Comcast. Just mentioned a couple of quotes. One quote is, incumbents are servicing our community and getting better every year. AT&T has said they will not provide fiber to locations with underground utilities. Those locations are stuck indefinitely with slow, ancient, twisted pair copper. This is not AT&T getting better. This is AT&T staying bad. Comcast, on the other hand, forbids residents from providing any internet services. Many residents, for example, use home automation software to control our homes remotely. Comcast forbids this and so cannot serve these residents. And even though I've never been a Comcast customer, even I know about Comcast's abysmal customer service record. One more quote, no one is sure what the future of wired systems will be. Well, some of us are pretty sure, maybe because we're more knowledgeable than the author. Fiber has enormous bandwidth capacity and is unlikely to be a limiting factor even decades from now. 5G wireless is proliferating, but it best suits mobile devices. And what do the 5G transmission towers use for a network backbone? Fiber. So we all know the advantages of a municipal fiber system for Palo Alto, attracting startups and new businesses, improving age in place, enabling better work from home, keeping Palo Alto a uniquely desirable place to live. So let's take this opportunity to build 100% Palo Alto fiber to the home now. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Our next speaker is Lauren Smith, to be followed by Subud Lyangar. And our last speaker on the list will be Daniel Dulitz. Lauren, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, and thank you, City Mayor Du Bois, City Council members, and City Manager Shiketa. My name is Lauren Smith, and I'm a City Palo Alto resident and a commissioner of the Utilities Advisory Commission. I also served on the UAC's Budget Subcommittee, which worked alongside Magellan advisors and city staff to develop the presentation you have available this evening. I speak here tonight to voice support for a citywide implementation of 1, an augmented and more robust fiber backbone, and 2, a fully city-owned ISP delivering fiber to the home service. When fully implemented, this service will have a significant impact on the lives of families here in the city of Palo Alto for many years to come. Importantly, a city-owned broadband service via fiber will enable this generation and the next to take full advantage of the technologies and capabilities made possible through reliable, resilient, and cost-effective, high-speed, synchronous broadband service. As we have all experienced over the last year, the need for broadband services has intensified during the COVID-19 pandemic. Our city and the nation has been hit hard. Our children and our community were forced overnight to switch to a work from home, school from home, life at home, quarantine space, all of which significantly increased the demand on our existing broadband networks, most to unsatisfactory levels. As children and parents all jumped online, existing broadband services were crippled and buckled under the strain. It is our hope the city of Palo Alto will use this experience and, just as they look to increase the resiliency of our electrical grid, look to increase the resiliency and reliability of our community's broadband infrastructure and our neighborhood interconnectivity. Taking advantage of the city's current fiber fund balance and leveraging the city's existing dark fiber network, we enable greater capacity, less signal degradation, stronger and more reliable broadband service, secure service, also resistant to electrical noise. And most importantly, we use existing available earmarked funds in an appropriate manner to benefit the population of the city of Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Our next speaker is Subud Lyangar, to be followed by Rohit Medarata. Subud, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
I support the fiber to the home expansion. I was recently fortunate enough to get gigabit fiber through a private ISP, and it's been transformative in my ability to work from home during the pandemic. Unfortunately, the fiber connection that I have is expensive, so I hope that everyone in Palo Alto can also enjoy the benefits of fiber in an affordable way. I was disappointed to see the initial Magellan estimate of gigabit fiber is $85. Other places, for example, Atherton can offer 1 gigabit at $60 a month. I think simple, cheap plans will be the key to the take rate, and the analysis of Magellan ignores the dependence of the price on the take rate. Our city is small, so it's unlikely that the market competition will offer significant savings. So I think the city should own the ISP. If we're going with partner ISP, Magellan should also investigate open fiber rather than a single partner ISP. I also agree with Don that we're in a transformative time where classic cable video is dying, so there's no need to provide cable video services or phone services at all. One of the big expenses of the expansion of our dark fiber network to the home is that fiber is usually always on the inconvenient side of the street. And so it's really expensive to get across the street because it's undergrounded. The Magellan plan should make sure it considers building out and expanding the dark fiber network on both sides of the street, so it becomes cheaper to expand fiber to the home in the future. I would love to see also Magellan come out with creative revenue streams, like using fiber to the home for businesses in Palo Alto as well. Lots of small businesses are unlikely to be able to run dark fiber leasing by themselves and might actually like a standard ISP versus dark fiber ISP. There's also been some recent op-eds related to wireless versus fiber technology. However, expansion of fiber technology is key to even deploy any fast wireless technology like 5G, and there's no comparison to the reliability of fiber. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rohit Medarata, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg, and then David Terrell. Rohit, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. You need to unmute from your end.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Just like some of the previous speakers, I support the fiber to the home program in Palo Alto. I think Palo Alto was decades ahead of most other cities in the country when they started in 1996 to lay out fiber within Palo Alto. I think we're now at a point in time where it really should be expanded to all the homes in the city. I think a couple of things that I would like to have seen in the presentation was when fiber to the home is laid out, would the overall bandwidth coming into the city have to be expanded and how that would happen? Because that's something that was not considered. The other thing I would have liked to have seen was what would be the uplink speeds when fiber to the home to individual homes would actually be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by David Terrell. And our final speaker is Daniel Dulitz. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Like the other speakers, I strongly support the Fiber to Home initiative, and I urge you to consider these measures while also thinking about two values you claim to honor. One is equity, two, sustainability. First, as to equity, due to decades of deregulation, AT&T and Comcast now have been able to exert their monopoly power to deprive consumers of choice while at the same time gouging prices. It will take decades for the US, if it ever does, to get this under control. That's why an alternative to this marketplace, such as a municipal internet service provider, is greatly needed. Additionally, as to equity, it was very frustrating to many of us that Palo Alto City Council decided to bring fiber to businesses, especially to big businesses, before bringing it to homes and residents. This was an extraordinarily bad judgment, especially in retrospect, as over the past 18 months, the empty office buildings and those stuck partway in development had the benefit of fiber internet access that very few employers and employees were around actually to use. Meanwhile, residents, in particular low-income residents, had to live without reliable internet access during a time that virtually everything important was moved online. This was particularly harmful to children at our public schools, where the race and wealth divide between the haves and the have-nots was deeply increased due to lack of reliable internet access. You need to fix this, and it'll be easy to fix this if you invest in a municipal internet service provider using city funds and providing it to everyone, not just to the wealthy few. As to sustainability, I'll be super fast. You all have talked about the need to work from home. That will not be possible if you don't get every single one of our homes wired as quickly as possible. Please don't make this profitable. That's my alarm. It doesn't have to be profitable. It needs to be equitable and sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is David Terrell, to be followed by our final speaker, Daniel Dulitz. David, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is David Terrell. I'm a 10-year Palo Alto resident, and I support bringing fiber to the home. as a public ISP in Palo Alto. I've had the privilege of using both Comcast and AT&T for wired internet service. I've had the privilege of using AT&T, Verizon, and whatever the latest one is for wireless. And I can tell you that the services I've gotten from Palo Alto utilities have been vastly superior in terms of customer service and availability. So I would love to see that delivered through internet service as well. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And our final speaker is Daniel Dulitz. Daniel, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Daniel, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, great. I'm Daniel Dulitz, and I support fiber to the home provided by a city ISP. I've lived in Palo Alto for 20 years, over 10 of those years on Upper Page Mill Road, just beyond the upper reaches of Foothills Park. You provide us with electricity, water, and sewer service, for which we thank you. The presentation we heard tonight was largely about the business sustainability of fiber to the home. That's important. But I want to step back to ask the question of why we should do this project as a city in the first place. For us in the foothills, I prefer the phrase Upper Page Mill because we are 3 miles beyond the entrance to Foothills Park. Our internet needs have long been neglected by the city. We were never served by the Palo Alto Cable Co-op. We were excluded from the contractual service area when the city sold the cable co-op to AT&T. Wired broadband is not available here, and satellite service, even Starlink, which we have, cannot be used for video conferencing or other real-time work. Palo Alto provides us with water pipes and sewer pipes. In the year 2021, Palo Alto should provide us with internet pipes as well. Back in the 1990s, Palo Alto was a leader in providing internet to the home. 30 years later, it can be again. I've talked to many of my neighbors, and I think our neighborhood would be an enthusiastic partner for the city in developing a fiber to the home pilot project, which I wholeheartedly support. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Mayor Du Bois, that was our final speaker.
So we've been here for a while. Can you guys give me a thumbs up if you'd like to take a break? Okay, let's take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back. Thanks. Be back at 8:35.
Hi, since we were taking a break, I figured I'd give you a quick call.
Oh, sorry, I was just trying to condense a few bags.
Yeah, no worries.
We're getting to that point where I have bags stacked, you know?
Yeah.
And
Beth, you're not on mute, just
so
heads
I'm
up.
trying to condense them all down from Target yesterday.
Pat, is your hand up or is it just left up? Oops. Okay, if council members are back, please turn your camera on. Looks like we may have lost Councilmember Cormack. Right. Well, hopefully she'll reconnect. Let's go ahead and continue.
She was actually under, Mayor Du Bois, she was actually under attendees. I just upgraded her to panelist.
Okay, good. Welcome back, Councilmember Cormack.
I'm not sure if I was upgraded or downgraded.
Yeah, side graded. Let's go ahead and move on to questions, comments. There was a lot to digest here. It's a very big report. Does anybody want to start? Yeah, Councilmember Cormack.
Thanks so much. As we went through this tonight, one thing that occurred to me is it might have been better to have a study session first, break up sort of all of the information, and then talk about the actions. I mean, the UAC spent many hours on this, and it took me a long time even just to read their minutes. So, you know, just a thought for next time. This is a big deal. Speaking of the Utilities Advisory Commission, huge thanks to them. There lots of diligence on spending time on this. I have a few overall comments I want to make, and then a fair number of questions. You know, first, you know, we got the survey results last week from Polco. And when you think about the need or desire for, I'm not going to call it fiber to the home, I'm going to call it like, you know, good internet, not even just fast internet. It's really reflected in there on pages 74 to 75. There were, you know, at least 12 separate comments that people wrote in. And I've also been thinking a little bit about, you know, what is a utility? And, you know, should this be a utility that we offer? A couple ways of thinking about a utility, right? One is something that we all need. And I think there's an argument to be made that at this point, everyone needs this kind of service. But then there's also the argument about, or is it best provided as a monopoly, right, due to capital costs? And that's sort of like where we end up thinking about the cost part of it. So I just encourage us all to think about, you know, what is a utility and what should the city be providing? Appreciate the staff report. You know, we've been at this for 20 years, and we've gone this way and that way and up and down, literally. So I feel like this council sort of ends up with a lot of things that we've been working on for this long. And then a fair number of questions. Oh, actually, one more comment. I thought the information provided, and I think some of it was actually in the UAC minutes, not in the staff report, about the cost of construction being, for example, the congestion underground that's already there. There's a lot of things. The idea that when you hit a tree, you have to stop, right, because we care a lot about trees. Construction hours, I thought those were interesting. I don't know that much of that is able to be mitigated, but I do think it's important for us to understand what the cost of construction is. It's not just the fact that what we're paying people. So a lot of time spent on aerial versus underground. And can someone help me understand? I don't know if this would be Mr. Honker or Mr. Batchelor, why, where we're doing underground versus aerial. Is it because of what already exists? looks like a really, really important thing to determine cost and also where this operates first. So can you give us a little bit more layperson's description of what's where and why?
So, Councilmember McCormack, so right now, the way that it's defined is that we have neighborhoods right now that have poles in the areas and locations. So as John was describing how that aerial plant would be ran, the existing poles would be able then to utilize the new fiber in the backbone and also to the new fiber that would have to be laid for fiber to the home. In the underground areas where there's already been existing underground, it'll have to go back in the underground area. There's nothing else to attach to at this point from an aerial perspective. The plant is split about 60-40, 60% of it is aerial, 40% of it is underground, somewhere right around there, 45, 55. And so that underground area, as you saw in that map outlined in the red area, most of all that is all in the underground area of the city. So there is nothing that we could attach to. So it would have to be, the streets would have to be dug or bored and then installed with fiber to underground.
Okay, so the poles, just so I understand, is electrical and phone on the poles where it's aerial?
So right now there's electrical, there's AT&T, there's Comcast, and in some areas there's actually our fiber as well too, the dark fiber that we run around throughout the system.
Okay, so we already have fiber that's aerial.
Yes, in the aerial portions, yes, we do.
Okay. I will take my questions to the next round then. Thank you.
I'll just jump in with some questions this round. So if we connect to individual homes, would utilities use that connection as well?
I'm sorry, Mayor Du Bois, could you clarify that for me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, if we do the fiber to the home, would the city want to use that connection to individual homes?
Yes. I get what you're asking. I'm still not really actually clear. I'm sorry, but what you're saying is that if we went fiber to the home, we would have single individually drops to each home?
No, the city itself want to use that, or like I think the AMI uses a wireless connection to the meters.
Sorry, yes. So the city would also want to, we could go into some of the further park areas. We could also go into some of the areas where the community center is. We could use it for other city devices or buildings or other ideas around using that fiber as it goes through the neighborhoods.
Okay. And I think the cost estimates, maybe this is for John, were to put drops to 100% of the homes. I mean, is there a model where you skip homes if they don't commit to the service? Does that make sense to do?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Du Bois. That's actually the model that we've shown. So we've basically shown that only the homes that subscribe to service will get a fiber drop to them.
Okay.
And I think that if I could add, John, correct me if I'm wrong, but that was based off of the 32% take rates?
Yeah, it was based on the very conservative 32%. So basically 32% of the homes would get a fiber drop. Every home that was slated for service would be built when they signed up for their connection.
Okay. So I'm a little bit concerned that we would exhaust our fiber fund just on the backbone. I did see you had the model, the no bond model, but I'd like us to see us kind of leverage these funds to show kind of end to end all the way to the home. And then Councilmember Cormack asked about the undergrounding. Certainly, I saw too the amount of undergrounding and the size of the holes makes a huge difference to the tunnel. Could we do all of this in a single 2-inch duct?
Absolutely, you could. So the way that we had designed the network was for 2 or potentially 3 2-inch ducts. because installing one versus two or up to three, there's a small marginal cost for the additional duct. So when you're doing it, when you're installing, the majority of the cost is to directional a drill or to bury the first one. So when you're doing that, your best opportunity is to install more of them because it's a marginal cost of the additional materials. And that way you really never have to dig up the roads again. So you do it one time, you put in extra duct for your future needs and even other providers' future needs, and then those become first use, and you don't dig up again unless you absolutely have to, but it generally prevents you from having to do a lot of additional road work down the road.
Right. But the more you dig, the more costly it is. So there's some trade-off. You don't want to do 5 4-inch ducts and spend all this money, right?
Especially downtown where it's very congested on all of the subsurface utilities. So we generally recommend the 2-inch because it's very flexible. So even if you're, I'll give you a good example. In Boulder, we're boring through, 24-inch boulders. It's called Boulder for a reason in Colorado. And that 2-inch duct, you can maneuver very easily underground around things, whereas you're putting in the larger duct, it becomes very difficult. So where it's congested, where it's rocky, where it's difficult to build, the 2-inch duct is a great idea.
Okay. In your no bond option, your no debt option, did you consider charging some of those harder to reach homes a higher rate?
We didn't look at a higher rate, but it's something you could always do. I think we've seen cities do it 2 ways: either charge a premium, which may be less desirable than the second way. The second way is charge a connection fee, right? Because the challenge is where it is more expensive, and I mean, a very large magnitude more expensive, charging an upfront connection fee could alleviate some of that. So you can keep the pricing the same, and then just have some customers who have that additional service charge, as if like a lot of cities do if they have a rural or hard to reach sewer or water or electric customer.
And my last question for now. So we're looking at the next phase for $2 million, and there was 500,000 from the electric fund and 1.5 from the fiber fund. How are we determining the split, between these multiple uses and potential reliability benefits and all this other benefits?
So we've really based it on the amount of infrastructure that each department would utilize. Again, the electric fund contribution is important because it's building the infrastructure specifically for reliability purposes and resiliency. It's about a quarter of the total of the rest of the project, or a quarter to a third. So that's kind of how the split was developed.
Are you saying it's a quarter based on number of fibers or number of ducts, or like how do you figure that out?
Yeah, total fibers that would be used in the system, plus any of the electric only infrastructure. Because if you remember from that last map we showed, there were some connections that were made to the substations that were specific to electric that wouldn't be made for the rest of the city, right? So those are just add-ons for electric that was taken into account when we considered the total capital expenses for those versus the general city network.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I was talking. I'll just go with the order I see them. Vice Mayor Burt and then Councilmember Stone.
Yeah. So first, thanks for a really thorough presentation, and thanks to the UAC for their deep scrutiny on this. When we do the rollout, the full rollout, is it going to serve not only homes but small businesses and those clients as well?
Yeah, you would. So we had a long discussion with the fiber team and the UAC about how to do that, because you have a lot of dark fiber customers that are out there today that you want to keep, but Palo Alto's not. Those are mainly larger customers, right? They can afford dark fiber, they can afford larger, fiber connections, but the small businesses can't, right? So this network, as you're building fiber to the home, there's a natural opportunity to start providing small business internet very similarly in those, small retail, restaurants, coffee shops.
Well, and that's what I thought. And several years ago, when we were looking at this, we actually changed the nomenclature from fiber to the home to fiber to the premise to try to reflect that. I don't know how we got back to the home, but I think we may want to reconsider it so just the public understands who's being served by it. And then on the current revenue generated by the dark fiber fund, I heard 30 million accumulated as the number now, but in the budget operating budget manual binder, it shows, I think, 34 million going to 35 at the end of this coming fiscal year. Which number is it, the 30 or the 34?
Director Batchelor, if you could give us some guidance on that.
Yeah, Dave, you want to talk? Dave Young?
Yeah, this is Dave Young, Utility Strategic Business Manager. Yeah, we were a little conservative when we gave John the $30 million number. There is 35 in the reserves, but we're also setting 2 aside for the next phase as well.
So then all of the modeling was based upon 30 million in the reserve, not the 35, correct?
That is correct. Correct.
Good to hear. So also in the budget book, it listed this as an enterprise fund, and I had always understood that it was, meaning that the uses of those funds were restricted to not an explicitly defined set of boundaries. They could be essentially anything telecom related, but that it was not a fund that was intermingle with the general fund, or it could be drawn from. And now I've had it explained otherwise today that that's not technically correct. And I don't know if the city attorney or anyone else can clarify that.
I'll let the ASD director, finance director talk about what an enterprise fund means in terms of how the city sets up its books. But the funds that I can speak to the legal issues, the funds that are generated by the dark fiber activity, two aspects of them that are notable and different than most of our other utilities, which is that the cost that we charge for participating in those programs is not required by law to be limited only to strictly to our cost of providing services. We can, in fact, charge a rate that exceeds those costs, and then those proceeds are available to the council's discretion to be used for a variety of purposes. The funds are not limited by propositions 218 and 26, which we're very accustomed to with water, gas, wastewater, electric, to being used only on the utility that generated the funds.
Okay. And so I'll just say that I'm still believe that we should be thinking of this fund as primarily with a nexus to a build out of this fiber system. But with these clarifications, it made me pause and say, well, wait a minute, after last year and this year of struggling through just drastic cuts to services in the community, this fund, which actually could have been partly utilized to preserve some of those services, wasn't discussed as any part of what the council could consider to bridge a 2-year or so real severe budget gap to preserve critical services as fire and police and code enforcement and children's theater and all those things. So I'm going to be interested in having a discussion in particular, since the business model was based upon assuming $5 million less currently in this fund than we actually have. So I'll leave that for discussion later. And really it's a discussion for Finance Committee and the council tomorrow rather than for this particular item. But I just wanted to put that on the table for consideration.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and also want to offer my thanks to the UAC and staff and our consultant for all the work that's been done on this. Has been really helpful, so thank you. A few questions. The first one, can maybe the consultant further explain what a dig once policy is and what micro trenching is?
Sure, I'd be happy to, Commissioner Stone. So the dig once policy is effectively a city ordinance that anytime the ground is disturbed in the right of way for a subsurface utility such as water, electric, gas, telecommunications, that there's a coordination effort that allows other utilities to be notified of that and to potentially put in their own utilities alongside the trench. With the concept, with the idea that, look, the cost of doing this is not the materials, it's not actually putting the infrastructure in the ground, it's actually digging the trench. So, digging a trench, the labor portion of any infrastructure project like this is 80% of the cost. Now, the dig once only works in certain circumstances, and effectively when there's a trench open, then those policies work very well. When you're doing directional drilling, so for example, when you're boring using a drill to place conduit, you won't have that opportunity. Now, because again, it's a single machine. There's no trench. It's digging directly through the earth. So those dig once policies work very well, and in those conditions where you have trenching happening. Your second question was on micro trenching, and we've encountered micro trenching a lot just in the construction projects that we manage. It works in some cases, in other cases it fails miserably, and it's a function of how it's a function of three things. One, how the actual duct is placed, how deep, because a lot of micro trenching will have like a 12-inch cut in the pavement to install conduit, and it's generally installed in the sidewalk or under the sidewalk or under the street. So then you have restoration on top of that. So in one case you have the depth, and if it's not deep enough, occasionally you'll have hits on the trench because it's in the path of other utilities and it can be easily dug up. Two, the restoration is very difficult on micro trenching, especially in urban areas, because you're actually restoring a lot of roadway. Even though you're micro trenching and you have a small, 2 to 3 inch trench versus maybe a large trench, you still have to restore that. And a lot of times the restoration isn't done correctly because construction contractors aren't as familiar with micro trenching. So the labor associated with it's a different installation process, it's a different restoration process. And we've been involved with 2 or 3 projects where the restoration has not gone well, and it's caused public works to have to come back and re-restore and resurface some of the roadways. So it has very specific places that it can be used, and it definitely has its challenges.
So I can see micro trenching can be risky, but are we able to, through an underground analysis or something, kind of recognize those warning flags before, or is this something that we really don't know until we start digging and constructing the project?
In this next phase, we'll be able to do that. In the detailed engineering phase, we can, because our engineers will actually be in Palo Alto on the ground, walking out every roadway and every route. So they'll be able to pick up any specific opportunities for micro trenching and figure out if that creates enough of a cost benefit to use the technique. Because there's some risk, like you mentioned, there's some risk in it. But if we can find areas where it works well, and we can stay out of the roadway, then those can definitely save some money.
Sorry, go ahead.
Councilmember Stone. So one of the other risks that plays in this, usually micro trenching usually is better in a rural area, but when you get into the dense population that we have, usually that goes right against the curb. So right where the curb and the street meet, and that usually goes, as John mentioned, about 12 inches down. but it goes right over the top of all the services. Goes over your water service, goes over your electric service, goes over your top of your. So if there is a break on one of those water mains on the services that are going to the homes, there are strong chances that you're going to rip that fiber up out of the ground because, again, it's only 12 inches below grade level. So it works really well in rural areas where you don't have that density, but as John and I have talked, we're going to take a look at some of those areas and see what we can do in the city.
And thanks for that clarification. That was helpful. And then just one quick question as a direct kind of follow-up to that. The report states that the estimated cost of the 2 fiber backbone networks is between 22 to 28 million, depending on the construction method. Are these the type? Because it wasn't very clear what were the types of anticipated construction methods in the report. Are these the type of things that we're talking about that is giving that pretty significant price range?
Actually, the original numbers, the 22 to 28, was sort of an interim analysis that we did for the city that looked at either 2-inch conduit or 4-inch conduit, because there was some question about which would be the best for the city to install. 2-inch being the 22 million, 4-inch being the 28 million. More materials, harder to install, bigger duct. We all agreed, I think, in consensus that 2-inch was a much better and a more cost-effective option for the city. Less restoration, less utility issues. So that's where that 28 came from. So the 22 is really for the installation of multiple 2-inch conduits underground. Directional boring would be the majority of the work that was done because, again, you're in tight underground easements and there's lots of utilities. So there's got to be potholing. There has to be utility locates. And then, once that's all done, ensuring those existing utilities are protected, then they will directional bore those runs. So that's what we would anticipate for the majority of the project. A little bit of trenching here and there, maybe some micro trenching if there's opportunities.
Great, thank you for those clarifications, and I see I'm out of time.
You're welcome.
Member Phil Seth.
Yeah, thanks very much. So a whale of a lot of work here, which is good. Question on so some of the other reference cities that have gone down this direction. Were AT&T and Comcast sort of active in a lot of those cities and existing presence and so forth?
Yeah, Commissioner Phil Seth, that we generally, yes. I think when we think about other cities that are out there doing what Palo Alto is considering doing, we want to make sure they're the same size and shape, right? Because a lot of rural communities have done this as well, and maybe it's not as competitive there. Maybe they don't have the duopoly with, but the ones that we look at, the Longmonts in Colorado, Fort Collins, Loveland, Chattanooga, Bright Ridge or Johnson City Electric, Jackson Energy, 50-ish to 100,000 in populations. They all have a cable company and they all have a telco, right? It's either AT&T and Comcast or it's CenturyLink and Altice, or it could be Cox and AT&T or any combination. There's generally one cable provider and there's one telephone company.
So how did the incumbents respond when the cities went down these paths?
So they'll put up a fight. I mean, they always put up a fight. Usually what we see is Colorado, just being so close to the 3 Colorado cities that have built out in the Front Range, they're very similar in their tactics, right? They took a shotgun approach there and, put out negative campaigns against them. They spent marketing dollars to try to dissuade each of the cities from building out. They lobbied commissioners. They lobbied the city manager. They did everything they could until the point that the project was green lighted, and then it's just a matter of competing. And at that point, it's stiff competition, right? Because they're established companies, but they don't have good reputations, and the reputations that they have are one of the biggest challenges I think that they face when going up against the municipal providers.
So even in the space of that, cities hit their take rate targets.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
the most mature one I would say is probably, well, I mean, there's a lot, but Longmont is probably the closest to you. They're about 70,000 population. They
Okay.
own their own electric utility. They built out 6 years ago, and now they're at about 54% take rate.
Okay.
They offer 1 gig service. They were very intent on building as fast as they could and getting as many customers as they could. So they said, look, you know, instead of we're gonna price our gigabit service at $50 a month, and we're gonna give people a charter membership for life if they sign up for that $50 a month. So they had huge signups, huge take rate, because they realized, you know, this is a fixed cost business. The more customers they can have, spreads that fixed cost over a lot more. It just makes them more sustainable. Plus, they wanted the reputation. They wanted to be the local home provider, and they're very, very adamant about their quality of service and the reliability on the electric side. And they used that to really win customers on the fiber side.
Got it. And so then people switched partly because of price, but then partly because of brand image.
Brand image, yeah. Price and brand, you know, it's a combination. It's got to be a brand, it's got to be a price, and it's got to be the right package. So, you know, speed, price, and brand are those three market factors that they have to be right for the municipal provider to.
And were the incumbents also offering gigabit in a significant portion of the city?
They were.
They were, okay.
They, you know, so Comcast, actually, there's a study on Longmont where Comcast launched their gigabit service after Longmont launched theirs, and then they brought their price down about $12 from the surrounding cities where they were also launting that service.
Oh, so the city was actually the first mover in that case.
They were.
Okay.
Comcast had already started to deploy, but you know they absolutely accelerated their timeline once they realized the city was going to.
Sure. Okay, and last question. You know, how big an issue was live TV?
Live TV, you know, 2 years ago, it was still a bigger issue. Today, it's much less of an issue. So there's a couple solutions for TV, and you know, as we work with your community to understand their sensitivities around cord cutting, as well as their affinity for pay TV, because you know the demographics change based on age, right? Under 40 cord cutters, 40 to 65 cord cutters, and then above 65 cord cutters, right? The numbers go way down typically. So we want to understand sort of those three tiers in the demographic, because you may find that in Palo Alto, you might have 10 to 15 to 20% left in pay TV. For example, in Lehigh, Utah, who's just building out, you know, very progressive, very young community, they have 14% of their population that still has pay TV service. So in terms of a market, in terms of providing that service, it's not enough for them to really establish the service and the costs to go after that extra take rate, right? In some communities, like an older community in Tennessee with Bright Ridge, they felt like or Johnson City Electric Authority, they felt like they had to, because their cord cutting rate was only around 40%. So 60% of their market still had pay TV, and it's a much older demographic there, not as technologically advanced. So they decided we have to offer this as part of our service. My gut tells me Palo Alto, you probably wouldn't, just given the demographic there, but you know, the market data will tell us, and the customer interactions will tell us the story. If you did, there's a number of ways to offer it at very, very low cost and low overhead compared to the traditional ways that some of the early municipal providers did. So those are options if you needed to add it on. But the way that works today is, instead of having a set-top box and a remote control, they'll deliver an Amazon Fire Stick with a software on it, plugs into the back of the TV, and the customer's up and running. So it's a totally different scenario. So offering TV, which used to be a really very, very, very expensive and challenging endeavor for municipal providers, now has become almost sort of just an add-on.
All right, thanks.
Sure.
sorry, Councilmember Tabaka.
Yeah, I just also want to add my thanks to to everyone, the UAC staff consultants. Very important topic. Even today, this whole week, I've been starting last week, been having just a ton of trouble with my own ISP, and really would want faster, more reliable internet. So totally into this right now. And in my own kind of personal thing, just trying to figure out like who can I go to. There's not much of a choice, right? So I currently use AT&T. Some of my neighbors have Comcast, which does have faster internet, but there's like a lot of reliability issues. Although I'm facing reliability issues right now as well. So it's like definitely not many choices going on. And one of the key things that as I kind of did research in this area is the need for competition. And it seems like competition is like, so if you look at a lot of European or Asian countries, one of the default models for them is open access. And so, John, I was wondering, are you familiar with that concept at all? And I know like Amman, Idaho has done this and a few other cities. Do you know much about this? Can you talk a little bit about open access and what you've seen?
Yep, we do. We're actually implementing a large open access network right now in Utah. So open access is a little different from what we're talking about because it basically allows multiple ISPs to operate on the network at the same time, right? Instead of just having a single ISP. For example, if the city wasn't providing service and it wanted to have providers actually deliver the retail internet service, then if it could create an open access network where multiple providers can be on the network and compete for business. It works in Europe well because it's an established model. One of the challenges here is that it's very difficult to get those. It's more difficult to get those networks off the ground because each provider is getting a much smaller share of the market. So for example, if it's a single provider, let's say the city of Palo Alto, you're getting 100% of the market share, right? Or let's say there's 40%, or the take rate. Let's say the take rate's 32%, like we had talked about, right? If you introduce 3 ISPs to the network, each of them can only basically get 10 to 11%, right? So their market share goes down. So it changes the market incentives for the providers to offer service because they don't have as much of a market share available. There's not many providers that offer open access or that operate on open access networks. There's just a handful of small providers today. So it's another challenge is recruiting the providers to actually operate and actually deliver services on the network. The third challenge is that the integration and the technology behind the open access is not 100% mature yet. It's still challenged in the US. There are some small networks, like you had mentioned, Ammon, which is a very common, is a very well-known open access network where there's multi-providers, but a lot of those technologies still are not fully baked.
One model I was wondering whether it could work for our city, because we have a dark fiber ring, is what if we were to give discounts to broadband providers to go the last mile and then get some sort of discounted rate to our backbone in exchange for basically making sure that thing has open access to other ISPs, so that consumers actually have a choice between any ISP that wants to be on there. So you create this kind of incentive for them to actually put out the capital because they'll get perhaps lower access rates or cheaper access to infrastructure. And yet then we give the consumer more choices than they have today. Have you seen models like that?
We have it. I think one of the really big challenges in Palo Alto is the construction cost, though. So, one of the and the root of that is private capital, right? And the return requirements on private capital. So when we look at the private providers and, you have the fiber ring, which is great. When you talk about building off that fiber ring, it's definitely a natural progression, but to do it with private capital is much more challenging because the return on the investment is so far down the road and it's so difficult for them to get an IRR where they can say, yeah, I can bring $30 million to the table, because they're looking for a 3 to 5 year return on that at, minimum of 10 to 12%. So, and a year, right? So now we're talking, then these networks don't cash flow until years 5, 6, 7, 8. That's when you start getting excess cash generated on the network. So it becomes very hard to get them to invest in areas where it's expensive to build.
Even like with, in our case, we have, like, what if it was free access, right? Or, maybe expedited permits, or, we fund some of their construction costs, right? So instead of us fronting the whole construction cost, we front some of it, but in exchange, you have to make sure it's open access to all providers so that there's a choice for consumers.
Yeah, I mean, you could do that. I think that what we normally see as the challenge is if I'm putting up capital as a private entity, why do I have to compete with others who are benefiting off of that capital?
But you get lower construction costs because the city is helping to fund it.
Right. If the city were helping to fund it, it might. I think we still see challenges with providers coming to the table when you're looking at them bringing any funding. I think also what's important though is you have a significant footprint, and we looked at the numbers again, and as you saw, you're looking at 66 million in total funding or total, to build, to invest in the plan. Can you get a provider to guarantee, hey, I'm going to build out equitably across the entire city using this? And we usually find, as we're working with providers in cities, that they'll get into the business of cherry picking, right? Where they're going to go where it's most profitable for them to go at the expense of the areas that it's not profitable.
But that's what your model shows anyways as well, right? We're going to do the easy ones first and the hard ones we're going to do later. But my point more is like a multiplication of capital, right? Where right now we front the whole bill with our own service, versus we front a portion of it. We get private companies to fund the rest, but the catch for them is they have to provide open access to other providers so that our consumers or residents have a choice. So it seems like it's the same. It doesn't seem like any different than us paying ourselves, because I mean, in your rollout plan where we don't raise a bunch of bonds, that's what we do as well.
Right.
In this case, with an open access approach like what Asia or Europe does, we get a multiplication of capital, right? Because we invest our capital, the ISP, the broadband provider, also puts their capital in, because we're funding a big portion, but the catch is, of course, they have to provide open access.
Yeah, you would still be inserting in that private sector return. So it's going to change the dynamics of the network, right? Meaning that, let's say it's a 50-50 split, right? The city's putting in 32, or 33, the provider's putting in 33. You still have that return requirement that's in that 33 million that's going to change the overall profitability of the network, right? So with Palo Alto, we don't have that, right? Because there's really no return requirement at the end of the day. Plus, you're financing that capital at 2.5%, 3%, versus their hurdle rate on the capital is probably 8 to 9%. So they need to be achieving, again, above that. They need to be achieving significantly higher rate of return to get over their hurdle rate and to then get their to greenlight the project. So, I mean, it's always something to look at. We just haven't seen it be successful in a lot of cities because of those private sector, rate of return requirements.
But I guess it's, and I realize I'm over time, so I'm just going to try to finish this thought here. But I guess my point of view is that, I mean, there is, for instance, gigabit Ethernet in my neighborhood. They're a little bit flaky though. So, but there is that here. So they have invested in our community, maybe not to the extent we want, but they have invested. Maybe not in all the places we want, not maybe at the rate or speed we want, but they have. And so what this does is, though, by putting the city capital on top of it, it lowers that hurdle rate, right? Because it's not like they're not investing, because they are, right? Some of us actually probably have gigabit Ethernet, but this lowers the hurdle, right?
Yeah, I think the question becomes how much can you lower it? Can you lower it enough where they are interested in making those investments? That's really the question. And then do the requirements on the open access side, do you really get them to buy into that? Because even if they're let's say they're putting in 33 million, they're still having to compete with other ISPs that are putting in no capital. So now you have, one ISP, that's where it gets tricky, because they're competing against themselves, but they're still investing at the same time.
Well, it does a wholesale rate, right? And usually that's an auction. So it's not like it's free to someone else, right? They put in a bunch of capital and it's free to someone else. The other ISP has to pay a wholesale rate, right? That's an auction, right? And so they still make margin on that because it's not like some ISP could use it for free. There's a wholesale rate they have to pay back to the original last mile provider.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Koo.
Thank you, Mr. Honker, for your very thorough presentation tonight. Is open access similar to having many partner ISPs?
It's a little different, Commissioner Koo. It's so think of instead of multiple partners, think about multiple vendors on the network, meaning that you have almost like you have Amazon Web Services and you have Microsoft Azure, you'll have multiple ISPs, right? They're all sort of virtualized, meaning that they all can connect into the network and then offer service to customers. But the city will own and operate the physical network infrastructure. So you can have multiple providers, but one underlying network.
So essentially the disadvantages would be similar to the partner ISPs?
They would. I would say the open access is, even if we put that on a scale of open access, partner, city retail, the open access would have the most disadvantages.
Okay, thank you for that. Can you say that again? I'm sorry, I missed the last statement.
Yeah, so having multiple ISPs, again, because of the competitive market and the challenges, the limited success open access has had, we would, on the scale of having those three side by side, that would be the one with the most disadvantages.
Okay. Councilmember Vilsav had asked a question about TV, and you said cord cutters. What does that mean?
Oh, I apologize. So, we all get caught up in our lingo. so cord cutters are households that no longer subscribe to traditional cable TV. They are either Hulu, Netflix, Amazon, Prime, but they don't subscribe to a cable TV. So we always call them cord cutters because they've cut the cord. They've cut the cable TV cord.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Also, aerial installations, that's on our power poles, right? And I noticed that it says here that there might be pole replacements. Now, was that calculated into that 1.8 figure in one of the slides?
We put it in there as a budget in the contingency. So there's the $3.5 million of contingency on the backbone could be used for pole replacement.
For pole, okay, I see. And that's going to come out of the fiber fund?
The way that we had worked on with the UAC on it, that was sort of the goal, was to use the fiber fund for the backbone to fund a portion, portion of the fiber fund to finance the backbone.
And then will half of it come from the electric fund or the pole fund? Is that how it's going to work? There's a sharing? That's
right. There's a sharing between, so the fiber fund would contribute, electric would also contribute. And then I think that was it. Director Batchelor, I think it was just, we were looking at the two contributors, electric and the fiber fund for the backbone.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And you spoke about speed, price, and brand, right? So is Magellan going to be doing the pricing and the branding as well? Or is that going to be separate?
We absolutely can. We help cities implement these networks all day and help you through the sales and marketing process, branding, the competitive orientation, and setting the right rates for your products and services.
Okay, in my last minute, so you're going to be doing the community outreach. How does that look like?
So we will work with your communications director and your communications team because we understand that you already have some outreach activities going on. So we want to sort of fall right within that and use all of your existing work that's being done in the channels to really first, educate, make sure that the community is aware of what high-speed internet really means and why fiber to the home, why fiber is important, what the benefits are, make sure they're educated about the options that are out there for high-speed internet, and then also engage them and through the survey process. So it's really that first level of engagement is awareness building and education. The second is sort of one-on-one, right? Focus groups and town halls, and we'll follow your communications department lead or director's lead on how to organize those, what's best, but then we can provide the content and obviously lead or participate in those town halls, however they would like us to do that. And then the third portion is that, and that really gives you on the ground anecdotal information from opinion leaders, from residents, from businesses about broadband that helps support the education process. Then also the surveys, right? The surveys are going to be important for more of a quantitative analysis of the market and demand. So we get a true sense of what the community is interested in, what kind of prices they would support, the types of packages that they want from their internet provider, and also how they feel about the city providing service, right? How your brand equity as a reliable provider of broadband, of electric services and other essential services is seen in the community, because that's going to be really critical for you as you move forward. The brand equity that you hold in your community, and this is the same with other municipal broadband providers that have moved forward. They use that, and it becomes a really competitive advantage for them to win customers, and because people trust them, and that is so important when you're going up against companies that aren't well trusted in the industry and don't have the best reputations all the time.
What is the time window that you're going to be for the community engagement?
Sure. So it would be effectively the second half of this year. We would look to start, I believe, toward the end of June, and we would finish sort of in the December timeframe. And then if there's any additional follow-up or on any other engagement, that may trail into the first month of January 2022. But we expect the majority of it to be complete by the end of the year.
Well, that's perfect. Thank you so much for the answers. We have town halls that are being reinstituted again, so it'll be something to consider. And also reaching out to all of our neighborhood associations would be important as well. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So if I could add, Commissioner Koo, so that exactly what you just talked about with, we have communications out in our neighborhoods. And so one of the things is to look at some ambassadors as we go down through the neighborhood portions of it. And we are also looking at some new tools to enhance the city platforms so that we can get some two-way communications going. We're also looking at utilizing our GIS platform, our ISU platform. We're thinking that we could get out into the neighborhoods and actually start pinning some of the neighborhoods and getting out and talking to the neighbors through some of these efforts of focus groups, discussions, and face-to-face in those neighborhoods. So the idea behind all that is to let folks know, the residents know actually what's going on, seeing that there's blocks in one area of the city where I excite the other areas as well too. So there's a whole platform that we're looking to utilize in this area.
That's very good to know. As Mr. Honker said, establishing the trust and confidence is foremost, and that's how you do it. Thank you.
I'll jump in to start the second round. So I don't think it's a secret. I'm a champion for this effort. I've read books, I've talked to experts, I've gone to conferences, and I really believe this is going to pay for itself. It's going to generate money for the city. It's going to save our residents a ton of money, and it's going to enable businesses. And I was sitting here listening, just wondering what it was like 25 years ago. That council didn't know a network would pay off. And 25 years ago, they had the vision to invest in a dark fiber network, and it's paid off in spades, paid back that investment many times. So we have the opportunity to invest in a new city asset, this expanded fiber network that could provide city services, utility services, residential services. And it's not just about the speed. Councilmember Tanaka mentioned reliability, it's cost, and it's also the ability to transfer both down to your house and up to the network. And during COVID, we saw kind of what happens with our current networks when multiple people are trying to send data up, like a Zoom call. The private networks are not really designed for the speed up. And so we also are in a pretty rare position with our existing fiber fund. Most of the cities did not have that advantage. And like I said earlier, I'd really like to see those funds used not just for the backbone, but to really get us all the way through proof of concept to fiber to the home. You know, labor costs are 90% of this project, 90%. So I really think we do need answers to some of these cost challenges that were a barrier a few years ago when we looked at this. We can't load up all these costs on the fiber effort. It won't work. So Councilmember Koo mentioned the utility pole make ready and replacement costs. Again, I think those need to be borne by the electric utility for AMI as well as fiber, but we can't just overload the fiber effort. I think we need to look at our trenching specs and like it was said, consider micro trenching where we can. We really need to be cost conscious all around. If there are other city standards that we can loosen, it was already mentioned to have the permitting ready so that the construction doesn't start and stop, and we're not driving up costs on ourselves unnecessarily. And then it was also mentioned in the staff report about getting multi-dwelling utility changes in place so that we can make it easy to add additional broadband into our multifamily housing. So I really want to caution us not to over-engineer the network in terms of number of ducts or whatever it is. And again, in terms of cost sharing, I really don't want us to underestimate the value to the city overall. It's going to be used by utilities. We're talking about a separate physical utility network. I'd really like us to consider a 50-50 split between fiber and the other city functions, because I think we're going to see a lot of benefits over time that we really need to account for. I think staff is proposing the next reasonable step. I think this rigorous assessment of interest is going to be critical. And like Councilmember Cormack said, our community surveys showed that there's a lot of unhappiness with the current high-speed internet. Really like to see us maybe figure out how we're going to phase the build out based on critical mass of interest. More than even a survey, I'd be interested in taking deposits or figuring out how we really get strong show of interest, a commitment, more than just answering a survey. So maybe like Longmont did with their charter subscriber. I mean, I think that kind of program could be really effective. And so again, we have an opportunity to expand our leasing business, increase our dark fiber revenue. I think we could be cash flow positive with a very achievable take rate. And then there are many cities around us that are actually building community-based networks right now. Los Altos Hills has been expanding a network. Los Gatos, Portola Valley, Woodside. So we have this opportunity to invest in our community, generate money for the city, save the residents money, and really benefit our business community as well. I do believe that, if you look at the trade-offs, the business case is much stronger if we run the network, but we outsource any expertise we don't have, whether it's technical support or operating the ISP. We can outsource all those things. And so I'd like to go ahead and make the staff motion just to get something on the table since it's getting late. And I'll stop there.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you for that. So again, I think the staff motion outlines right steps. We could save money by combining the engineering for phase 3 and 4. That we do these surveys and establish kind of community interest. We complete the business model and the financing model details. We focus on this ISP model where we control it, but we can outsource. And we really move to kind of community education and engagement. I think all of those steps make a ton of sense. Councilmember Coop, do you want to speak to your second?
I don't have much to say except that, you know, this past year we have seen how much this is needed. All the internet, the instability from the from internet as we're doing all of these meetings. So this is a great investment for our community. But also I want to thank the UAC for all the vetting that they did and all the questions and recommendation to council. So I support this and I look forward to having this utility infrastructure here. Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I still have more questions, and so I'm gonna plow ahead with those. With respect to the motion, when I come back to that, I will be asking. This is not as it was described in the staff report. I would prefer to wait until we have the results of 1B and 1D before we do number 2, which is on the staff report and not reflected in the motion. Okay, super important, and I completely trust our communications team to do this. Is we have to use real words in our education and our survey. So lots of buzzwords flying around, and for those of us who spent some time reading it, we're going to be able to keep up. But your average person who is not an engineer, let's just remember to use real words there. A couple questions. So Mr. Honker, it looked like there was a 4-year ramp on the pro forma for revenue. Is that based on the take rate changing over time, or is that based on the rate at which we build it out?
It's based on both, actually, Commissioner.
Okay.
So we look at a 4-year period, a two-year build out to get to the first customers, and then one with your first customers coming in the second year, and then a 4-year build or a 4-year ramp up in the take rate to get to the 32%. So summarizing, think about you're getting to your 32% in a maximum of 5 years.
Okay, so that leads me to my next question. Everybody wanted this last year. Mm-hmm. If we moved ahead with this, when is the first time someone could have 1 gigabit service at their home provided by the city of Palo Alto? When's the first time?
The date? Mm-hmm. That is what you would like. So can I give you a range? I think
sure. Absolutely.
Let's use a range. I think that works well for this. So assuming engineering is finished in, let's say the first quarter of next year, moving into construction really quickly, and Director Batchelor, please keep me sane here, because we know construction always is a heavy lift. But we would look at 2023, mid 2023 as a moderately conservative opportunity to have the first customers connected. Now, we see a lot of cities that want to fast track a pilot project, right? So in which case you could maybe potentially pull that date in by 3 to 6 months if you were prepared to do so, and you wanted to really show the community dedication and a mission to get customers connected as quickly as possible. But if we would say that would be sort of a soft launch, and then you would have your hard launch, right? Meaning your full market launch in mid 2023.
Okay, that's helpful. And then on slide 29, that went through like how we would do this if we weren't doing debt. So if you look at the third group, the 30%, the 7,000 homes, one of the things we haven't talked today about is the overlap between the service they have available now and the cost it would be for us to build out. Do we have any way of knowing that other 30%, those last 7,000 homes, do they already have access because they have underground utilities to something better than some of the rest of us do?
We will be able to find out. from the survey data, because we'll actually get points, customer locations, and that will help us understand better what they have and what services are available to them.
Okay, but, oh, so we don't know the answer yet.
We don't know the answer yet. That's right.
Okay. And then a question for, I guess, our finance staff. People are throwing around millions of dollars and bonding. Is this a certificate of participation? Is this a bond against future revenues? Like what is the methodology we'd be using hypothetically? And I realize that that would be part of 1E, but if we did borrow for this, what are our range of options?
So this is Dave Yen. I think one of the options we have is the revenue bonds. That's something we did maybe like 10 years ago with the emergency water supply bond.
Mm-hmm.
So we backed it up with our revenues from the other utilities like electric, gas, wastewater.
Okay. So and would we be, okay. And so Mr. Honker provided a recent estimate of an interest rate. Okay. And does that, just from a debt standpoint, does that accrue to the city in the same way if it's in the enterprise funds? I mean, do the capital markets look at us as an entity, or are they going to look at the enterprise funds as their own entity?
I will defer that to Director Nose if she's available.
Well, I think in the broad terms, it would be fair to say that we've just started looking at this, and we've got quite a bit of work ahead to identify both the opportunities as well as the restrictions on how this would be structured.
So I realize my time has expired on this round, but I'll just say that as interested as I am in, doing, shall we say, everything, the whole enchilada, as it were, and making it available to everyone and going all in, I do think it would be prudent for us to think about doing it without debt. So I'm not going to be prepared to direct staff to establish this model until we get the results of this next phase.
Yeah, so when I did make the motion and the clerk was texting me, I did mean the more detailed steps with the 1 and 2, if we want to put those up. I think it's essentially the same motion, but it's just a little more detail. It's at the bottom of page 1, back at page 157. Right, and then the rest of that, yeah. Does that make more sense? All right, Vice Mayor Burt.
Thank you. So I do want to echo the point that the mayor made earlier about what a success our commercial dark fiber loop has been. Credit to former Mayor Niss, who really championed this in the mid-90s. We were one of the first cities in the nation. It's thrown off essentially $35 million in profit. Just about 6 or 7 years ago, when we were looking at the fiber plan, the projection was that our revenue and our profit from that fiber loop would evaporate due to competition from other forces, and it actually went up, and it appears to be sustainable. And as a result, that's also a revenue stream that we could bond against at these incredibly low interest rates. We're talking interest rates below inflation, and that's a really different concept on borrowing, especially given that our borrowing debt to equity ratio is extremely low compared to other cities. I would like to touch on a question of some of the assumptions and the risks involved. There was an assumption in the presentation that competitors could drop their price by 10%, and that could affect our pricing structure. One of the things that I recall from a half dozen years ago, and I don't know if Mr. Honker has a similar perspective, but the data that we received at that time showed that if there was one competitor, or actually two competitors in the community, pricing was lowered moderately. If there were three, it dropped drastically. And I think at the time, the back of the napkin calculation was if we became a third competitor to the two existing ones, it would save our ratepayers, whether they chose us as the ISP or chose one of the private companies, about in aggregate about $10 million a year. So, Mr. Honker, any insights on that?
No, Vice Mayor Byrd, we see that in almost every municipal network. So we usually like to do a calculation of the wallet, the dollars that stay in the citizen's wallet at the end of the day. And you're right, it's generally in the 10, it depends on the size of the community, but it usually turns out to be about $10 a month that they save on average by having the additional competition in the market. So you multiply that $10 per month for over 10 years, times the number of customers who are subscribing, not to the network though, to internet services in the city, because remember, it's not just the customers who are on the network that are saving that.
It's everybody.
The city has brought the cost of broadband down for everyone. So you multiply the number of households times the $10, and you're seeing definitely in the 10.
So I think that's a really important aspect when we do the education to the public. It's not just looking at that direct benefit. It's also that indirect benefit to them, whether they are on the part of the take rate or not. Similar argument when we on the dark fiber value. It not only gave us direct revenue, it increased the value of our location to our businesses in our community in a real tangible way. And I've heard over the years that was an added value to doing business in Palo Alto. And so I guess the last things are wanting to make sure that we're confident on that take rate if the competitors will be willing to drop their prices. And then the other thing that I just want to say, I remain supportive of this and support the motion. But we are in a period of real competing priorities. And it appears that we have the ability to move forward as proposed based upon even without borrowing for the initial phase, which we could clearly do. And we could still utilize $4 or $5 million a year, or $4 to $5 million spread over the next 2 years to restore vital city services that we've had to cut, and do both things. And for me, they're both a priority. It's not an either or. And I'm supporting this motion under an understanding that we're going to be open to looking at some limited use of this dark fiber fund to help bridges through these this year and next to full recovery. But thanks, and I'm going to support the motion.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, I just want to start by concurring with the Vice Mayor on that, with the additional $5 million that was kind of identified tonight. Seems like a proper use to be able to put those funds into bridging the gap. And I seems like we can do both. Don't see why we wouldn't do that. So I hope the Finance Committee looks closely into that additional funding. I also align my comments with the mayor when making the motion. I think you articulated the reasons, the needs for this very well. Yeah, and I think it's just a few other thoughts. I do think the issues of equity and being able to meet our climate goals are all kind of a part of this decision-making process. If we're serious about making sure that we're trying to promote greater telecommuting and recognizing that is going to become more and more the norm as we continue on past pandemic, it's critical that we're able to provide the infrastructure so people can work from home. I feel I can empathize with Councilmember Tanaka on having this spotty internet connection at times, especially when you're trying to be in council meetings or teach. It's very frustrating. And I think another issue that this year has really exposed for the city is the need to have a more diversified portfolio as far as where we're getting revenue. And this seems like a very consistent form of revenue that I can't imagine would be too impacted by economic downturns, especially in Silicon Valley, where everyone is going, where it really is now not just Silicon Valley, but really is a need to have a good internet connection. And so it's a question, a question whether that is the case, that even in economic downturns or recessions, is this kind of revenue source for cities, does this stay pretty consistent through those downturns?
Commissioner Stone, I think that's what we've seen. I mean, the closer you are to a utility, the more resilient the revenue stream. Electric being the most, right? People need power in an economic downturn, and regardless, they need internet in an economic downturn. So it was interesting looking at what happened with COVID and the fallout, which actually pushed the envelope the other way, right? We saw huge increases in internet usage during that. But even when you looked at like earlier, for example, during the Great Recession, you even saw higher usage in the residential markets because people were staying at home and looking for cheap entertainment. So they were getting that through the internet, and they were getting that through, at the time, cable TV, which isn't as pronounced today. Now it would be Netflix and Amazon Prime. But we've seen it be very resilient because it's very close to a utility.
Great, thank you. And I'm also curious, do you use in other cities that have their own ISP model, are you seeing a greater market share for the city offered ISP compared to the private sector?
You mean, would you be comparing it to the partner ISP, where the greater market share, or just?
I guess let me give kind of let's just say as an example here in Palo Alto, right? You'd have the hopes that more people would take on the Palo Alto service rather than Comcast or AT&T. Do you see that in other cities that have their own?
Yeah. I apologize, I misunderstood the question. Yeah, so we generally see the city take rates, municipal take rates, average around 40 to 50%, depending on the community. Then I use those numbers to represent what we see in our clients as being larger cities, sort of the 50,000 population average. You're looking at between 40 and 50% for most of the municipal systems. You have some communities like Cedar Falls, Iowa, that have 90%. But in those cases, again, the providers have really neglected to invest in their infrastructure and create competitive alternatives. So the city's basically taken almost the entire market share. But being conservative where we are in the planning for 32%, thinking about 40 to 50 is really what most of the municipal utilities are achieving.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And I'd be optimistic for Palo Alto's success on this. I mean, I myself and many people that I know have been frustrated with service providers that we do have, and the city of Palo Alto, I do think, also being a smaller smaller agency with a fairly good track record of customer service, and clearly from our last community survey, the confidence in our city's utilities are going up. I think we would see a lot of interest from people wanting to switch over. So thanks again. I'm happy to support this motion.
Councilmember Tanaka.
I have a few questions about the motion. So on B, it looks like this is like final approval. Is that right? Or what does this mean? Like, is it, because this is a pretty major decision we're making tonight. And generally, I am a big fan of high-speed internet. So I definitely love to see more competition here. But I do have to agree with what Cormac said about making sure that we kind of get things right here. So is it auto? We're like basically approving, like despite what happens on A, B is getting approved, or how does this work?
No, I think I'll let staff answer this too, but the staff report says this is basically the 12-month work plan. They would come back with all the detailed plans, business model, council would need to approve.
Okay,
that.
good. Okay.
Wait, we have the director, Dean.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As the report said, Councilmember Taka, this is just to start having Magellan and staff to look into what it's going to take if we were to decide to go with an ISP from a city's perspective, and then come back to council with the findings, and then talk a little bit more about what those costs might look like over that period of time.
Okay, good. So even though it doesn't say here, basically, there'll be a chance to approve this for real once we actually have A done. Okay, good. I just want to make sure. And then let's see. I do think that given the competing priorities that were talked about, and the fact that we're already trying to looking to trim things here and there, that taking on more debt is a little bit dangerous right now. I mean, I get the idea about the interest rates, but I think we are already kind of struggling as a city. So I don't know whether taking on more debt right now makes the most sense. So I would also be leaning in that direction as well. But it sounds like we're gonna make that decision on B later on. So I'm okay with that. I think the other thing to think about, and I think when the fiber network was done in the 90s, it's a little bit different than now in that, and I kind of wish we went full bore back in the 90s versus kind of stopping like we did. Because right now, I think the situation is there is 5G coming on board, the whole fixed wireless approach. So I do worry a little bit about how, whether this starts to become like obsolete technology. So that's one thing I worry about. And so that's something that I would, I think before B is really approved, I would really want to see and make sure. I think the other thing that I would want to see is, and this is something which kind of, I know we do as a city, we always look at our cost. I mean, what ratepayers pay, but we don't factor in the capital costs we put in. So like, for instance, we own our own utilities. And so we have like a ton of money invested in it. But then we look at the utility rates as if we don't own it. So what I mean by that, the analogy is like a homeowner may have paid for their house off. So their monthly cost is relatively low. But that's because they put a ton of capital into buying that house. Versus a renter who has an ongoing cost. But it's not a fair comparison to look at, a homeowner is getting a lot lower monthly cost versus a renter. Well, that's because the renter didn't put in, a huge down payment and all the principal. So I just want to make sure we don't follow, we actually have a fair comparison here, because you have to factor in the cost of capital, right? The fact that we're putting in tons of money into this. And then, so when we compare the rates, we got to factor in, well, here's the cost of that capital that we're putting into it in terms of monthly rates, because otherwise we're not looking at apples to apples comparison. And so I saw the slide you guys are doing in terms of, well, we could get within 10% of the cost or whatever like that. But I really would want to see this before I would want to approve it, to see what the capital cost is going to be, right, to the monthly rate. So we have a fair apples to apples comparison, and not just a homeowner versus renter comparison, because that's not the right comparison that we should be considering. The cost of capital has to be considered. I think, and the other two quick questions, I just need yes or no question answers here, but does the plan here encompass anything around the difficulty around getting permits? Because I've talked to some of the broadband providers, and they pointed that out as being notoriously hard. I mean, notoriously hard in our city compared to any other city they've worked in. And maybe they're exaggerating, but maybe they're not. I mean, I've talked to a lot of people who really think it's pretty bad here. So, I mean, does it do anything about kind of streamlining the permitting process so that people can put in fiber? Because right now I hear it's really hard. Can staff just answer that quickly, yes or no?
So Councilmember Tanaka, we are working with the Development Center as well as with Public Works at looking at this. As John mentioned earlier in the presentation, is that we know that one of the larger costs could be in this project would be the stop and go of holding up the contractor. We have a good rapport when we're working in the streets now, when we do our water, gas, wastewater with our permit process. We think that we can streamline it the same way that we do that.
Sorry, I mean, just because not, I mean, I don't mean it for ourselves. I mean, hopefully for ourselves, we can streamline it, right? Because we're the city, right? But I'm talking about even for other ISPs. I think in general, we should make it easy for people to install fiber. And the stories I've heard is that we're like notoriously hard to work with. And it's very, very hard to get through our permitting process. And it shouldn't be. We should want to make it easy for people to get fiber to the home, to the business. I mean, even for my own company, I tried to get fiber. It was pretty hard, so I gave up, right? I was just renting, so I thought, screw it, I'm not gonna do it. And so we got to make the process not arduous, like not walking on a bed of coals type of situation, right? It's got to be easy, right? And so does this have that in, is this contemplated in there, in the plan of how do we streamline? Because I think what we want is competition. I think it's great that we build our own, but I think we should make it easy for everyone to build, not just ourselves.
I guess what I can tell you right now is, Councilmember Tanaka, we have not looked at it in that direction is what you're asking for right now. Well, we're focused on, we were looking at this and focusing on working with a contractor that would be building this system for us.
Okay, okay, great. I'm running out of time. That's why I'm trying to rush you along. Sorry about that. So maybe I'd like to make a friendly amendment then, and maybe the maker and seconder can consider this, is that we look at streamlining the permitting process for fiber to the home. I mean, not just for ourselves, but for anyone that wants, any broadband provider that's trying to do it.
Again, this seems very specific, Greg. I think we send the plan back and we have Magellan and utilities work on it. And again, I think if we're going to build a city network, part of this is going to be branding and marketing and how do we compete.
But we shouldn't compete by keeping other people out. I mean, to me, the part of this is to spur competition. So we want AT&T and Comcast and other people to kind of get off their duff and start moving, right? But we have this really arduous, from what I've talked to both ISPs and both of them tell me about, like it's almost the same identical stories. We want to make that easier.
You can try it as unfriendly.
Okay. Do I have a second on this? Okay. I have one last thing. I don't know if we have another round over there. I could go now in there.
I think this should be the last round.
Okay.
Do you have another question?
One last question then. So for the dig once, do we have anything in here about dig once for open trench? So we make that kind of like we put the conduits in that are needed whenever there's an open trench.
I think we already have that.
Is it in here?
I think we already have a city ordinance, dig once ordinance.
For open trench? Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I'm just wondering if the maker and seconder would be willing to just tidy up the language here on B, and then I can probably see my way to supporting it. Again, when we all talk about what we understand, I just worry about people going back and looking at that and thinking we have made a big decision.
So if I could propose something, I think it says establish a model. Maybe would staff be okay if we said specify the requirements for a city operated internet service provider model? I think people are getting hung up on the establish.
I was going to say just direct staff to return to council with a model. That way it just gets the part out in front that we're not making the decision, we're asking them to. I'm fine with the model, I understand that, but the established part sounds like we're building it now.
Yeah. So is that okay with staff? Just come back with a city operated internet service provider model. Basically come back with the plans that would get us to that. Right. So could the clerk replace establish with return with plans with a city? Yep, I think that's
right. I think if I could just clarify, I think Director Batchelor will need to work on the specifics of what would come back, presumably both a staffing plan and some options really for the council, recognizing, as has been discussed, there's a combination of in-house staff versus what might be outsourced in terms of specific functions and a general timeline over which that ramp up would occur.
Okay, is that?
Okay, and then the
good?
second thing is, I think there's something in that that doesn't need to be there. It wasn't actually in the motion. I mean, the part after the 5 years. I think staff's just gonna do that anyway, so.
I mean, it was there. I think the formatting was a little weird on page 2.
Right.
I think it should be there.
It's sort of a statement, but whatever. Okay. That'll be fine. Thank you.
Mayor, if I might. Megan
Yeah.
Horgan Taylor, Chief Communications Officer. Just related to B, I think that in the staff report, that second portion really was a C.
Yeah, I thought it was too, but we could make it a C or just leave it as B.
I just didn't want folks to think that the engagement was only around the model and not around
right.
the rest of the project.
Okay, thank you for the
Thank you.
clarification.
Yep.
Okay, not seeing any other hands. Let's go ahead and vote. I think we're starting with Councilmember Philseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
and I will vote yes. All right, so we got to 7-0. Thank you very much. We're moving on to our last.
Council.
Yep. Sorry.
I just wanted to say thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Okay, we're moving on to item number 9, which is a colleague's memo on community networking and a volunteer network. Usually staff doesn't have a report. Do the council members have want to present or say anything?
We don't have a formal presentation, but I'm sure Councilmember Cormack and I can just say a few words to introduce it. If the way talking of Councilmember Cormack is fine with me, just continuing, I will. Great. But so that, I think this pandemic, and this is kind of, this has been the theme of the year, and even kind of a theme of what we were just discussing. But this pandemic has really revealed the strong human desire, I guess, for social connection and the need for timely communication. And for me, one of the things that make Palo Alto just such an incredible place to live is really the energy and the passion of our residents and our neighbors who just dedicate so much time to better their communities. And what this memo is really intended to do is to help strengthen and embolden our residents and our neighborhoods and existing neighborhood groups and volunteer programs by trying to better understand what are the services our volunteer groups are already performing, identifying any gaps in services, and then trying to engage our community and our stakeholders in really what could be next steps. And some ideas are offered in this memo that can then help build upon community building that we've already been doing. As a former chair of one of our neighborhood residents associations and a current emergency services volunteer, I definitely have the greatest respect for all the work that our volunteers and our community organizations perform on behalf of the community. And what we're really trying to do is support the work that's already being done and to be able to help further that as well. I think what really kind of excites me about the memo is the opportunity to provide us an opportunity to engage our community in a more in-depth discussion on our existing services and really working together as a community to build upon those services and programs and identify areas where there might be overlap or gaps in services. Then I think once we identify those, we can then work together as a community to determine what's the best way forward. And I think this discussion would also help us identify new needs or programs that could help our city create just greater community building and human connection. And again, some of those we kind of offer some suggestions within the memo as well. And I think for example, we've already received several emails regarding this memo, both in support and opposed. But I found very helpful some of the suggestions community members have already proposed. And I think it's already kind of showing by starting this conversation, we're already getting some new ideas. There's, especially one idea that really popped out to me was the idea of a volunteer portal for the city for people to be able to sign up to volunteer for organizations so that the city or other volunteer groups can maybe recruit from that portal. So that's just an example of how I think already just by proposing this memo, we're starting to see some community engagement on this. And I think that's always an important thing. So really, again, this memo is intended to be a starting point for these discussions with several ideas on how we could both support existing organizations and identify and develop new community leaders by helping connect those residents to their neighbors and the city. So I think that's enough of me talking. I'll turn it over to Councilmember Cormack. I know she can she can speak more to the memo and how we might develop these new community leaders.
Thanks, Councilmember Stone. Really appreciate that. I'm also an emergency services volunteer, so I'm glad that we share that experience. This does come out of, the lived experience we had last year as our world shrank. And the fact that there were neighbors that we all got to meet because they were here instead of elsewhere during the day. We got to meet them and their kids and their dogs, of course. And I think we have a moment to sort of capture that. One of the things that's interesting is that there are a lot of people who are already doing this work, right? They're already doing this work, and it just would be great to have an opportunity for them to connect with each other and to have an easy way to tap into understanding more about the city and particularly providing opportunities to support the city. We talked about this a lot last summer, but in the crisis weren't able to pull this off. How can we take advantage of the people who are here to provide these volunteer services for some of the many services that either are becoming more expensive for us to provide or we weren't able to provide. So I'm glad we talked about volunteers. I also wanted to talk about, the mutual aid concept. So that's one of the things that ambassadors could do, helping another family that's struggling, helping a local business, all the people who are bulk ordering food from local farmers. These are all great things. And I think if we had a little bit more of a platform, a tapestry, would be able to take advantage of it. We did talk a little bit, Councilmember Stone and I did, about the idea that students might like to volunteer. We've got a really engaged student population, right? We've been hearing from them a ton more now with what's going on in the world and with this new format. And this might be a great way for them to get a start in community service. I do, appreciate the programs that we already have available. And I do think, Councilmember Stone talked about overlaps and gaps. For me, I think there's a gap here that we could fill. And so this is the beginning of the process. And that's why we're hoping that policy and services will take this on and refine it and make it work. So with that, happy to let the mayor take public comment.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that. Let's go to the public that wants to speak on this item.
Any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand at this time. Our first speaker is Annette Glenkoff, to be followed by Sandra Slater. Annette, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I asked the council not to forward this memo for further study, but really spend time and attention and advocacy to support our current programs. What is the problem? We've got a lot of active programs. These came out of a perceived need and were created and developed by community volunteers, not council, not staff. To mention a few, the ESV program, Cool Blocks, Friends of the Park, Friends of the Library, Magic Playground, and more. Duplication. This proposed list of what ambassadors could do duplicates the peacetime activities of the Block Preparedness Coordinator. There is so much duplication, overlap in additional ideas and objectives stated in the memo. Why create another program that mirrors what we have? If the objectives are truly important, please value what we have now and do not create another layer of organization. By the way, did anyone ask the current volunteers program what we need? Cost and resources. This proposal is not tied to a council priority. It's the wrong time to start anything non-strategic, especially in the time of staff reductions and budget cuts. How would this be funded? Who's going to lead the effort? Creating a new program and speaking from experience requires someone to own it. It takes many hours, much collaboration, persuasion, and even personal expenditures. The items listed are mission impossible to maintain without a full-time staff position. To list a few: monthly meetings, newsletters, maps, localized information, and training programs. These are major reasons to say no. We do not need another layer. We need more city advocacy and support for our wonderful all volunteers. Do not forward this to policy and services.
Thank you, Annette. And our final speaker is Sandra Slater. Sandra, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Council, for all your hard work on many issues and for allowing me the opportunity to address you this evening. My name is Sandra Slater, and I'm involved with numerous organizations and volunteer efforts in the city, including ESV and Cool Block. I'd like to follow up, and I think I'd like to support Councilmember Stone's remarks for sure. My feeling is that anything that activates the community is a good thing. And I hope that the proposed project will help coordinate and amplify the various projects that are already in place, like the ESV and Cool Blocks program. I feel it could actually drive new volunteers to these efforts. And I'm sort of a big tent kind of person and would hope that the more volunteer opportunities presented and communicated to residents, the better. The Cool Block was a testament to neighbors really wanting to engage and help each other during the pandemic. My teams were really activated in a very profound way. The devil's in the details, of course. And so I echo what Annette Glenkoff was just talking about, that, we don't want to duplicate things, but I think if we're talking about amplifying and helping the current volunteer efforts, that would be great. And I would hope that we can work with staff and the Policies and Services Committee to help craft a deep and wide approach to volunteerism in the community. So I would encourage you to at least refer the memo to Policies and Services, and let's go from there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sandra. Mayor Du Bois, that's our final speaker.
All right, let's come back to council for discussion, questions, motions. Councilmember Coop.
Yeah, so I'll go first. I think I'm just a little bit flabbergasted and actually surprised by this memo. We have so many volunteer groups, and the emergency services volunteers have been the main communicator throughout to the city. As one of the founders of the Block Preparedness Program, and also an instructor for CERT for many years, that is what they do, is communicate during times when there's no emergency. And so a lot of what is listed over here is something that ESVs are supposed to do. So I'm not sure what was missed as, you both said that you're block preparedness coordinators. So I'm not quite sure what was missed, because you are supposed to, a block preparedness coordinator is supposed to go out, meet their neighbors, get their contact information, introduce yourself, and make sure that in times of news or anything that comes out from the city, it's passed through that. And then also to mitigate and to help prepare for disasters and emergencies. But the main function is to be a communicator and to be there as, I don't know, you want to call ambassador or neighborhood leader, but in the ESV program, it's the block preparedness coordinator. And then through that, there is the neighborhood coordinator. So I'm really kind of finding this really difficult, because there's already a very overwhelmed pool of volunteers. And then now you want to add, and now this layer is added. It just, as members of the public said, this is duplicate. It's a duplicate way of doing things. We've cut services. Our funding is limited, and we're going to add more communication and more chores to staff. So I understand that, we had to cut services and we want volunteers to come in to help. But that's something that the block preparedness coordinator could very easily send out the message to their block in order to do that. I think at this point, with what we're going through, the whole city and its budget issues, there is much more emphasis that is going to be needed in order to support the programs that we have in place, not add a new one to it. So I do have to say that I am very surprised by this memo. In a way, I feel like this was it was a slap to some of the volunteers that we have now who are doing a superb job being block preparedness coordinators, being CERTs, being neighborhood coordinators. And I'll listen to what my colleagues have to say before I say any more.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Thank you. So at a high level, I think the notion that the city should be doing more to support volunteers in our neighborhoods and our community is really appropriate. And we've had a lot of these programs for a long while, and neighborhood organizations that have been focused on serving their neighborhoods, that have been doing really vital functions for decades with virtually no support from the city, and virtually no engagement from the city. And we've had a couple of initiatives in recent years that were really intended to try to strengthen those efforts at both grassroots and neighborhood levels. One was the Know Your Neighborhood Neighbor program, where we had these mini grants for neighborhood groups and block parties, which are usually multiple blocks. And that program got completely cut, I believe, in last year's budget. We also had town halls for the neighborhoods that we had established, and that has been dropped, although my understanding is there's an intention to reinitiate that in the fall. And as others have talked about, we have these incredible programs, very successful, of our emergency service volunteers, and now the Cool Block program. Rather than a discussion around how to build off of those really proven great programs and support them, we're talking about a whole new initiative. If the proposal was more focused on identifying gaps that we have today and open-ended on that, and the gaps can be in both the services that we're able to provide and how we can strengthen and support those existing programs, as well as gaps in who these different organizations are able to serve. We have, 40-something% of our community resides in multifamily units, and most of those are renters, and we haven't been able to really engage with them in the same way that we tend to in our other neighborhoods. And I think that that's an area that is really worthwhile for the city to be deliberate in their investment. We also, a number of years ago, had a very deliberate program reaching out and engaging with many of our ethnic and immigrant communities. Former Mayor Yahweh Ye had initiated that program, and it was really important because it needs a deliberateness to really engage new people who come to our community in civic life. And so I'd be open to something that was not with these kinds of specifics. This frankly would be, if this is the motion to adopt this, it would be probably the longest motion I've ever seen in city history. But something that is more focused on how we have the city engage and help leverage the contributions of neighborhood groups and ESVs and cool blocks and all the others, and identify gaps that we have, and perhaps come up with ways that we would address those gaps. It does just remind me that as we had discussions on the budget, and one of the things that we left our last meetings with is, do we have limited funds to restore some of the drastic cuts that we made last year, as opposed to forestalling additional drastic cuts this year? And the Know Your Neighborhood program was a relatively low cost. It's not restored, but that's the sort of thing that we could be spending dollars on right now. And then if we identify gaps, which I think exist, we can have a thoughtful approach to what would be an incremental way to meet those additional needs, with an understanding that in this budgetary era, the first thing we ought to do is try to restore vital programs throughout the city that we've lost. And then second, look at adding new programs. So those are my thoughts, and I'd be glad to offer kind of a broader framework if council members are interested in that on a referral.
I guess I'll jump in. I too am an emergency services volunteer, BPC. There was a lot of detail in the memo, and if it's more of an assessment of our current volunteer structures and seeing like what we need to reinvigorate, I think I'm more supportive. Again, I think I'm not convinced that we need to create another volunteer layer or group in addition to ones that already exist. There was a colleague's memo just a few years ago about strengthening volunteers in our neighborhood, and we kind of partially implemented it. We started the town halls. It also had some sections about strengthening our neighborhood associations. So, you know, kind of this memo and that memo, I'd kind of like to see us review that memo as well. You know, we are talking about resuming our town halls. I do think we should strengthen the BPC, maybe reinvigorate it. I believe we're still funding cool blocks. And then I agree with the comments about the Know Your Neighbor block grants. I think that was a big loss last year. People couldn't gather, so it made sense then. But I think that kind of thing, it really did enable a lot of block parties and connections with neighbors, and it would be good to bring that back. So those are kind of my top level thoughts on this. So I don't see any more hands. Anybody else have any comments? We haven't heard from Councilmember Filsa, Councilmember Tanaka. All right, Vice Mayor Burt.
I'd be willing to offer a motion that would be embracing some of the stated intents of this memo, but with a more open approach and referral to the Policy and Services Committee. And if colleagues would like to consider that, I'm willing to go forward. If colleagues don't want to move forward at all or want to move forward with this particular memo, then I won't offer that. Game? Okay. So then I will move that we refer to the Policy and Services Committee to, one, recommend strategies to support and strengthen existing neighborhood-based programs and neighborhood associations. Two, to identify gaps in existing neighborhood-based services. And 3, to evaluate new strategies, including those proposed in the colleagues memo and others, to expand the role of neighborhood volunteers.
I'll second that.
Do you want to speak to your motion?
No, I think we've had enough conversation on it in general. I do look forward, even in our next budget discussions, to really trying to support bringing back some of the things we've cut and haven't even been able to see the impact of those cuts. I think, for instance, the Know Your Neighborhood program, we have a pent up desire among community members to get out and rejoice with their neighbors and engage with them again. And I think there's going to be even more interest and need for that kind of program than there was pre-pandemic. And yet we have $0 dedicated toward it. So that would be one of the immediate things that I hope we can engage with in the budget. But I think it is really worthwhile for us to look at how to validate and support the programs we've had in the neighborhood associations that have been providing services to their neighbors for a long while, and look at how to strengthen that structure and expand upon it. That's it.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. And thanks to the Vice Mayor for nicely combining everything that people are concerned about. I just want to be really clear that there are some people who aren't interested in, emergencies and aren't necessarily interested in climate change. And there's a lot of those people who are already out connecting people. There's already WeChat groups and WhatsApp groups and text-based groups. There's a ton of this that's already happening. And so I'm hopeful that B and C will help incorporate that because we just need a way to connect them. I do think it's worth taking a look at the ESV program and make sure that the training that is being offered is really consistent with the outcomes that are desired. It is part of the Office of Emergency Services. And if we want to broaden that and have them do more, then we should definitely take a look at that. And, if we think about the SCAP and how much, needs to happen, I think cool block. And so starting with that, I think is helpful. But I do believe that there are gaps in terms of what we're providing. And I do fundamentally believe, and I have since last year, we get emails every single week, I think, about things that are being changed and people offering to help. And so we need to find a way to harness that real desire to help. So I appreciate the Vice Mayor helping us get this forward.
Councilmember Stone.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to thank the Vice Mayor as well as the Mayor for your good feedback on the memo, and for the Vice Mayor for this motion. I agree with Councilmember Cormack. This kind of summarizes a lot of kind of the feedback and concerns in a way that I think is going to be able to help move this forward. And I think it also encapsulates just the spirit of this, which is really embracing our existing organizations and groups and recognizing where there may be these gaps to be able to help improve services for everyone. And this kind of little anecdote, when I was on the Palo Alto Human Relations Commission, we held a forum, a summit where we brought together all of the service providers for senior citizens into one room. And Palo Alto and this county has a lot of services for senior citizens. But it was the first time where anyone actually kind of convened these groups together to be able to talk about what it is that they're doing and to be able to identify these gaps, and then be able to move forward to figure out, okay, what are the proper partnerships, and what are areas where things are not being done, where we can then fill those gaps. And it was a great discussion. We got a lot of positive feedback from it, and and kind of assessing the long-term results of it seemed like that had a lot of success, and there was a lot of desire for continued conversations like that. And that's sort of what I see happening here. And I think Councilmember Cormack talked about it earlier in one of her comments. This gives us an opportunity to really be able to pull in all of these different groups and staff and other stakeholders, just be able to have this conversation, which I don't know if that has happened before. And I think that is definitely a worthwhile conversation. And I think at the end of the day, the desire for all of us is to be able to help improve these groups and to promote greater volunteerism within the community, because that just benefits everybody. So I appreciate this motion, and I'm glad to support it and continue this conversation.
Okay, not seeing any hands, I suggest we vote on the motion. We are starting with Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filson.
Yep.
Another 7-0. Good job, guys. All right. So we are now at Councilmember questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Just wanted to report on the BOSCA meeting last week. As of May 17th, the regional water supply is at 77% of total system storage, which is under the 84% normal this time of year. I think I mentioned last time, SFPUC has asked water users in the service area to voluntarily reduce their water use. And the goal is to maintain water use levels during the summer months so that we don't get beyond where we were in 2019. Just to double click on that a little bit, in the BOSCA service area, so these are the 26 wholesalers, the total potable water use in February was 16% less than in pre-drought, which we calculate from 2013. But we did see an increase in water use during December, January, and February when it should have been wet. So that's an indicator of dry conditions. So just want to be sure that we're all aware of what's happening. Our particular supply is not in as dire a situation as there are in further north and the further southern parts of California, but just wanted to provide that update.
Councilmember Ku.
I just wanted to say that for those council colleagues who are block preparedness coordinators, that please go out and meet your neighbors and collect their contact information so you would be able to contact them when the time comes. Thank you.
Anybody else? So I'm going to adjourn the meeting in honor of a good troublemaker and Polygrad of 1960, Joan Baez. So good night. Thank you.